This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A very good morning to you all from South Africa and welcome aboard your live safari for today. We are at the Hyena Den and it is active. My name is Lauren and I do have Theo on camera today and I'm going to try and introduce who we have here. We have Ribbons Boys and lots of other hyenas, but of course it is time for your live safari through the African bush. So much is happening here at the Hyena Den. It's incredible. We have Ribbons Boys, Hearts 2, we have Ribbon herself, and we have Swazi. Mr. Swazi off in the distance here, who is, well, not really sure what to do. He wants to come closer, but everybody, including the cubs, is being incredibly dominant over Swazi here. I love mornings like this. My name is Lauren. I do have Theo on camera. Oh, no. Oh, someone's having a piddle on top of the cub. Wonderful. Wonderful morning hyena sighting. And someone sniffing. I think it's Heart and Ribbon we have here. I just need to get a proper look at them before I can confirm. Oh, no. I'm able to lie it. That's even wonderful. Hyenas never fail to entertain, do they? But it's quite a chilly morning here in Djuma Private Game Reserve. It's 13 degrees Celsius and 55 degrees Fahrenheit. So I think it's rather chilly, possibly because it's overcast and the sun has not yet popped out. Now, this is live and interactive. The whole point of our safaris is that you can jump on board and you can talk to us. So please use that hashtag WildEarth or @FC on the YouTube chat stream. And kids, you can email us using the address kidsquestions@wildearth.tv.
Good morning and welcome to And Beyond Gala, where we are sitting in the Timbavati riverbed with a pride of lions. The Birmingham Pride, to be exact. You can see there's quite a bit of activity at the moment. Two younger cubs playing with one of the sub-adults there. My name is Marna and behind the camera with me is Gert. And how incredible is this scene? So for those of you that tuned in yesterday, I think Nikki had them in the riverbed. They had just finished a whole buffalo carcass, so they were all really, really full. But they barely moved. So it's really nice to see them so active this morning. Look. Oh. Got a fright there. They keep hiding in the grass and then stalking each other. It's nice and cool, so that's why they're so playful at the moment. Most of the adults are still down though. Not too much happening there, but the cubs are moving around. We haven't managed to count the whole pride. Yesterday, I believe you had 15 of them here. They might be in the grass, but some of them might have moved off to go get some water to drink. Look at that. These young cubs are very brave, taking on the older ones. Ganging up on the white one there. So the white one in the middle, the one that's on screen now, that's the female. And I don't know if you noticed on her side, she had a wound. And that's quite common, especially after lions have fed. You'll find them with fresh new scars and wounds on their faces and on their sides, because when they feed, they're quite hostile towards each other. And then it's every lion or lioness for him or herself. Tailor-made, I wouldn't say they really protect each other, but they will stick together. Say they were left somewhere and the adults go out hunting, they'll stick together, but they'll kind of just play around. And a lot of the times what happens if there's a really big age gap and the females introduce the young cubs to the pride too early, where there are older cubs, then those cubs want to play with these new cubs, you know, and that could be problematic, seeing as they're a lot older and stronger, and they could potentially injure and even kill the younger cubs. Not on purpose, but it does happen from time to time. But, you know, they're all a family, so they'll stick together. And you can see, very playful this morning. It is so nice to see them this active, because lions are so lazy. Ladybug, I must agree, they really are growing very quickly. So this is actually only the, I think, second or third time I'm seeing these two new cubs. They were born during lockdown, and also the rest of them. I was quite surprised when I got back. I was gone for around 5 months, and I actually thought I wouldn't recognize a lot of them, but yeah, they really have grown a lot. Some of them are, some of the older lions, sub-adults, and the adults are just looking at the other side of the riverbed. I think there's a herd of elephants moving through as well, just behind us. They're obscured by the trees and the bushes though, so we can't really see them too well. But it shows you how aware they are. We're so fortunate. They're pretty much in the same spot, exactly where they had them yesterday. So really nice that they stayed here. We didn't have any trouble finding them this morning. Where is this little cub going? Probably going to go bother one of the other adults. Oh no, settling down. We'll stay here for a little bit longer.
Precious moment here. Heart is suckling her 2 cubs. If anybody missed yesterday's drive, we thought that Heart had 1. Listen. Squitter, squitter, squitter. And she doesn't have one, she has two. Hyenas normally produce twin litters, but of course Corky only has one cub. So Hart has two, and Ribbons boys are here too. And just to give some context to you all, we're at Philemon's Dip Den 2. So I think that this is a new communal den. I know it's very confusing, but there's 3 dens in a row. And I think this is a new den. I think Philemon's Den 3, too small, too many parasites. Andrea, we've got different age groups here. We've got Ribbons boys that are the oldest, Hearts 2 that are next in line, then Corky's 1. Now, I think Corky's 1 could be female from the genital check that we did yesterday, but it's obviously still very young. And however, if they are all boys, to answer your question, those boys in the same age group could leave together. Yes, absolutely. They could disperse together as boys and join a new clan. But they won't form a coalition or anything like that. But they may disperse together, but they also may not disperse together. Males tend to disperse earlier, around 2 years old. And if they decide to disperse, then that's normally the age that they leave at. They can also decide to stay, but there's not so many benefits reproductively for them staying. So Ribbons boys, for example, they absolutely could disperse together and they could join a new clan together. I mean, the sort of best neighbouring clan that we know of is the Elephant Plains clan. And talking of dispersal, they don't obviously go very far. They're just going to try and find a neighbouring clan. They're not going to travel too far. But of course, as we all know, some animals do travel far for their survival needs, just like the migration that happens in the Masai Mara. So let's go and learn some more about that.
Thundering storms of East Africa are something to behold. They feed the meandering Mara River and nourish the grassy plains. Every year, the migration herds stream across from the Serengeti into the Masai Mara. Following the storms in search of greener pastures. The zebra vanguard are the first to venture across the river. Those that survive the rapids, rocks, and ready predators are rewarded, feasting on the untouched plains of red-oat grass. The zebras cut the long grasses, preparing them for the remaining grazers. It is now the time for the body of the migration. Countless wildebeest and Thompson's gazelle gather along the banks of the Mara River. Like the zebra herds before them, they must face many challenges. As every antelope's ability is put to the test. Their legs must carry them across the current and find grip along the slippery rocks. Although safety is often found in numbers, it is every antelope for itself. Until the survivors meet again on the other side to relish in the grassy rewards. And then, As is nature's way, it comes time to cross the river again as the herds continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
My hippos still are continuing with their standoff. The one to the right moved closer to the other one, and there was a little bit of mouth opening, which is a sign of aggression. This is how males size up each other before, engaging into serious battle. They have these canines that are almost a foot long that they usually cause injury to one another. Yeah, that guy is approaching. You can see he's opening the mouth, but it's in the water, so we can't see much. We might get to see him, raise his mouth out of water. That is a sound of aggression. Can hippos hear underwater? I doubt it, no. Because once they're inside, they close their ears, noses, and eyes, so they can't hear. And they use them, when outside. On the inside water is a matter of resting, and actually they don't need to listen to anything underwater, so they are always resting in one spot, so they don't hear. Here I have another resident, as we saw, the crocodile, the Nile crocodile. He's been parked at that position for the last almost 20 minutes since I arrived here, and I don't know exactly why, but it looks, maybe he's lying flat on the ground, so he loves it. Remember, this section of the river is where the wildebeest, the zebra, topi, Thompson's gazelle cross. So sometimes these guys can hear the vibrations of these animals from a long way before we hear them, and come and get ready to get a meal of the ear. These guys have been feeding so well in the last 2.5 months, but they still have space. I have seen them taking even 2 kills a day, some of these guys. And here at this section, they are huge, huge. I tell you, they are big, almost 20 feet. That is, 20 feet. It's a long reptile. It's a big reptile. And these guys, I love them because they are respected by everybody. Even lions, when they come to drink, you'll see them gnarl, like raising their upper lips at the water, because they know, a crocodile can just pounce and grab them. So they are respected by everybody, even the beasts, the lions. Remember, and mind you, where we are, at the banks of the beautiful Mara River. It is the source of livelihood to all wildlife, within the Mara, because it is permanent river. And it flows from a swamp to a lake, which is Lake Victoria. Yes, it's hundreds and thousands of liters every day. Look at that. And you can tell the rapids are slightly stronger today. I hope you are enjoying the rapids, See, they are slightly higher from yesterday and even louder.
Great day, cloudy day at Djuma, sitting with, looks like a brown snake eagle. It's probably on its hunt. This is what they best do, and hunt mostly when it's a daylight. So at night, they rest. But this is what it's capable of doing, hunting on snake and all of the lizards and the things on menu. So hi, my name's Andrew, on camera, BK. And yeah, we got a raptor on trees that we just find right now. Just gonna have a look at that. So they mainly go for a snake, capable of doing that because of their talents they got. So it's scale, talent, their legs. See them go for a venomous snake, such as a cobras, puffadder, those. it can be taken up. Seen this kind of bird fight with a mamba one day, but there was a big mamba. They usually win, finally. Remember, for also morning like this, they have to make sure sun heats up so that all the lizard snakes there are come visible for them to hunt.
Good morning and welcome to Anbion's Phinda Private Game Reserve. As you can see, we have found 3 beautiful rhino this morning. Quite a crisp morning, and they are just starting to wake up, just like that snake eagle that you saw. My name is Kim, and behind the camera we have Craig, and we will be with you this morning. So if you have a look at these rhino, you can see there's quite a distinctive size difference. You know, right in the front we have the mom, the mother rhino. Just behind her we have a small calf. In fact, if you look at the size of it, it's just above the bottom of her belly. So we can actually age that quite nicely. If they're about the size of the bottom of the belly, the height is at the bottom of the belly, they're about 3 months. So this one's probably just over that, maybe about 4 months. And then behind that you have a smaller rhino. You can actually see the height difference really nicely in the shot. And so you can also tell that it is also a younger rhino. And it is what we call a satellite calf. It is a rhino that has been pushed out by its mother. You know, at around 2.5 to 3, they get pushed out and it's time for them to become independent. But they often latch onto another female, especially another female with a calf, in order to have some protection. Now, we are just going to sit and watch this because the mother rhino can often be very protective of her calf. As you can see, the calf is now coming out. It's quite curious, you know, at this age they've got a lot of energy. They're still feeding completely off of milk, although it might eat a little bit of grass, but it's got huge amount of energy, so it has a lot of time to have a look around, become very curious. And I think it's quite curious about the satellite calf. And that mother, if the satellite calf gets a bit closer, might become quite protective. Oh, Momo, that is a really good question about how often we need to dehorn our rhino. And it is not so simple as a complete, you know, it must be done every so often, because rhino's horns actually do grow at different paces. You know, the average is about 6 centimeters a year that it will grow in length, but it does vary from animal to animal. And what we do is we know the movements of most of our rhino. The females have home ranges, so that is an area that they do not actively protect, and the males will have territory. So we know more or less the areas they stay in, and we prioritize always the rhinos that are closer to our boundaries, because those are the most at risk. If you can imagine, much easier for a poacher to go for a rhino closer to a fence than one right in the middle of the reserve. And then we work our way in. So it is really when we have the resources to be able to do it, and you know, obviously prioritizing those ones closer to the fences. That being said, probably about every 2 years we have to dehorn our rhino. If we have an opportunity, you know, maybe sometimes we see an injured rhino, and normally our policy is we don't intervene if an animal is injured. But if we can save an endangered species like a rhino from something that's potentially lethal, then we will. And if we have the opportunity, we will dehorn them then as well. I think what we'll do is we are going to carry on watching these 3 for a little bit and see if perhaps there's a bit of an interaction.
So we're still in the riverbed, and these cubs have not stopped playing. It's almost like they're in their own world. The rest of the pride are all fixed on, I think we saw some kudus on the bank, but the 2 of them are just digging. They've been playing with some elephant dung. They're tackling each other. Really adorable to watch. So it's quite amazing that the rest of the pride is interested in the kudu's again. They like I mentioned earlier, they finished a whole buffalo carcass in a day yesterday, and we actually followed one of the females around the bank just to see what they were looking at, and found the kudu's there, and the others are all perked up and looking in that direction as well. The cubs don't seem to care. They just want to play. Safari Lover, there is a very good chance that there could potentially be more white cubs. It is a recessive gene, so the males and the females need to, or both the male and the female need to carry that gene, and we do know it is present in this pride, and it's the same males that are in control of the pride, and one of the females, well, she recently came into estrus again, so we have been seeing some mating, so maybe end of the year, early next year, we might have some more cubs, and fingers crossed that there might be another little white cub amongst them. These little ones are so fuzzy. If you have a closer look at the cubs, you'll notice that all along the belly and on the back legs there, you can see spots. And when they're really young, the mother will actually hide them in a den site somewhere. So those spots help them blend in a little bit better. So it helps them to be more camouflaged. And then as they age, those spots will actually disappear. And you can still see on some of the other members of the pride, like the sub-adults, like you can still see a few spots on the legs on this female as well. You can see on the back leg there, she's still got a few spots. But as they age, it does disappear. So the younger ones are usually more spotty. As you can see, she's looking to the back, still fixated on those kudus.
Jumbo, jumbo, hello, hello, and lions, lions everywhere. We have what we call the king of the jungle here, because this is one huge male, and we call him Fang. And as usual, it's typical for lions. He is having some nap. And good morning, everybody. My name is David, and with me on camera is Bungay. Welcome aboard. We're in the Masai Mara, another corner of the Masai Mara Game Reserve, and we have one very lazy flat lion, and his name is Fang, and he belongs to a coalition of lions that we call the Triangle Boys. Triangle Boys, they're always three. We haven't seen one for quite some time, but we've been seeing this one and another one that we call Half Tail. Sleepy, sleepy, breathing in. He looks a bit hungry to me. Look at his beautiful mane. He's very close to the road. And having said Kings of the Jungle, They are normally, in general, not bothered by many animals or other predators here in the Mara. He looks to be in good shape to me, so hyenas will not be a concern to him. Not even the wild dogs. Just sleep and sleep. And what I'm thinking, or what I was planning, is to go find out where the other member would be of this coalition that we call the half-tail. And also find out where the actual pride would be, because yesterday we had some news they were trying to hunt an eland. And elands are very huge antelopes. I'm not sure whether they were lucky or not. If they were, I'll be finding out if that exactly happened. So stay tuned, because we might see other lions maybe feeding somewhere. Have a good day, Mr. Simba, and we'll see you later. Mornings are very good here in the Mara to look for cats. I just want to give a friend of mine where to keep moving. Oh, he didn't go. So the mornings are always very active because the temperatures are cold. We had some rains last night, and what would happen is the cats would just come around out looking for some food. The herbivores full of joy, having lots of green grass. Very, Veronica, that's a very good question, Veronica, and you are asking the difference between a coalition and a pride. Now, coalitions are made of males, males only, not a single female in a coalition. Prides, females, fully grown females, and youngsters. So the youngsters could be young females or sub-adult males. That's a pride. And as the sub-adult males grow older, they're definitely either shown the door by the females, and if they don't leave to go form their own coalition, you'll get the dominant male in that particular pride getting them out. So mainly coalitions, males only. They could be old, they could be young, and prides, females, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls together with their cubs, and the cubs could be of different ages. But once you get the males get to that age of starting to breed, slowly and surely they are shown the door. So let me keep going, and hopefully I'm going to get that pride that we had news last night. They would have gone for a hunt for the eland.
It's quite different with hyenas. They're not quite shown the door, as lions may be, and elephants. They are really ousted from their group, be it a pride or a herd, whereas hyenas are welcome to stay. So on the left here, we have Ribbon, who doesn't look that full, to be honest, not as full as Heart. And then on the right here, we have Swazi. Now, he looks tiny. He's a youngster. He's classified as a sub-adult. And you can see that Ribbon completely welcomes him. There's no sort of aggression or animosity, nothing. Swazi is welcome as long as he knows his place. He was born in September 2018, which means he's almost 2. So he's almost an adult. And if you look at the size difference between Ribbon and Swazi, which is not very easy to see right now, it's drastic. Swazi is very small in comparison to Ribbon, but I must say, when I took the snare, or assisted in getting the snare off Swazi's neck, he was huge. He was absolutely huge when he was flat, and I got to touch his paw. It was massive. It completely engulfed my own hand. So we think he's small in comparison to Ribbon, but actually he's not. So you can only begin to imagine the size of Ribbon. So within hyena clans, they are not showing the door. They can stay if they wish, or they can disperse. It's really up to the individual male, and normally it's a very low percentage, 3%, that decide to stay in their natal clan, but they don't get many reproductive benefits, as I touched on earlier. So if they're a higher ranked individual, let's just say Ribbon's boys, they may decide to stay because A, they're in a good position. they're high ranked. B, nobody really bullies them because of that. And C, they get the best access to resources. They still get a lot of food. Now, for Swazi here, it's tricky. He was Pretty's son, and Pretty was second on the hierarchy after Corky. We no longer have Pretty, I'm afraid, which is very sad. So, has Swazi lost his rank? Most likely. But you can see him and Ribbon. They're just chilling. Then Swazi goes off and does his thing. He may disperse very soon, though, because he is reaching to that ripe old age of 2.
So we were still sitting with the playful cubs, and 3 of them have decided to start playing with a small silver cluster leaf there. They've just been hanging off the branches. And that white female has also been getting in on the action. Every time the young cubs pick up a stick or a branch, she comes over and she takes it and she she trots off with it. Yeah, you can see like most of the adults are getting more lazy now. They don't have their heads up anymore and settling down. They're lucky though. It is overcast this morning, which means they'll be able to lie or lay down in the riverbed for a little bit longer. Only once the sun comes out, they'll have to start moving into the shade again. But this is the perfect morning for them to rest. Look at that. Well, this is very good exercise for these cubs. Playing around like this and tackling each other, biting each other, trying to get each other off their feet. It will definitely help them later on in life. Caramel Square. There aren't any leaves on that plant that they were playing with. So a lot of the tannins in a young plant like that would be in the new leaves. And they were also not really stripping any of the bark or anything like that. They were just playing with the sticks. So I'm sure they would be able to taste it if they ate a large amount of leaves or if they chewed on a stick for long enough. But yeah, I don't think they would eat that much. Sometimes you'll see predators or lions feeding on grass, but that's, if they've had a big meal, they'll start eating grass just to aid in digestion. So it's almost like a laxative for them. It also helps them get rid of hairballs and things like that. So when the 2 young cubs come together again, they are approaching each other now, you'll see the one is slightly lighter compared to the other one. So the lighter one we've identified as the young male, and the darker one is the young female. There's a grey go-away bird calling in front of us. Don't know what they've spotted there. Lions have turned their heads as well. Also looking in that direction. So earlier when we followed that one female onto the bank to see what they were interested in, we heard one of the males roaring, but we think they might have gotten up and that they're moving. So they'll probably head off and just go patrol the boundary of their territory. So there's a good chance, with it being so cool this morning, that these animals might get up soon and head towards some water. And the closest water is actually close to one of our camps, not too far down the riverbed. So we're going to stick with them and see if they start moving.
Yeah, my hippos have sort of sorted their standoff without any skirmishes or, fight, but they seem to have gone back to it as I spoke. Yes, sometimes when a fight is about to start, hippos will have a standoff even of a day, a whole day. Can you imagine? A whole day they'll just be there, growling, opening their mouths to show aggression before eventually fighting. Remember, when they fight, it is so serious, sometimes it is fatal. I've seen in a few occasions where they do that and another one dies, the opponent died, within 2 days of overbleeding from the wounds inflicted. So they're usually very aggressive towards each other. The reason they do that is because of territorial, dominance. A male will want to have an area, section of the river to himself and own it. And so that's the main reason, and that is caused by females. He wants to have a good number of females in his territory such that, whenever one comes in season, he is the one who is allowed to mate. Once that is established, usually he will tolerate males who are kept in a tight corner of the whole pod. They will be tolerated, they will be there as long as they behave, and the females will also stick to an area in the same pod as long as they also behave. And then there is calm, but every now and then a male feels like he's stronger than the existing one and he challenges the main male, and that's when a fight starts. At the moment, it's brewing. I don't know when it's going to be. Yes, that crocodile just appeared. He wasn't there, and he's one of the residents in this section. I have seen quite a good number, about 10 of them, 9, 10, huge ones. Body temperature in the inside water, it varies from around 16 to around 35 degrees Celsius. Yeah, so, they're able to, maintain in between that inside water. And I'm sure, that is quite good because it can't get chilly in that water. Yes, looks like one is, they're following each other. You can see that. They're really sizing up one another. I don't know when it's going to happen, but you can tell when one leaves, the other one is following. It happens like that, and it can go on for a whole day. Yeah, the other guy is looking at the other one. Is he going to follow? He's listening to me. You can see his little minute ears pointing up towards me. but he's walking over a rock. That's why most of his body is exposed. Yeah, the tree, the beating up of the tail is also another sign of aggression. Is he going to follow the other guy because the other guy is quite far down? Yes, he is. He's going. It's also, when they start fighting, it's also very, very loud. Sometimes it sounds like lions, but it's slightly different if you know how it sounds. It goes like, and it can go on for hours. Yeah, what is happening here? Oh, is that being submissive? No, I think it was a male and a female after all. And they were finding a secret spot where they could copulate. Yes, that is what is happening. I never knew what was happening, but until now, I think it was a female trying to play hard to the male, but now she's given in. Yeah, they do mate in water, as you can see, and I think it helps a lot because the male is a little bit heavier, and so it helps so that he doesn't collapse or suffocate. Yeah, that is hippo copulating. Yes, I think it's very important to do that in the water. Chelsea man, good morning. We say Jumbo here in Kenya. You ask if hippos have got a breeding season. Not at all. They breed year around. I've seen them breed any time of the year. So they don't have a season. And after mating, the female will carry the young one. If she succeeds to conceive, she'll carry the young one for up to 8 months. Yes, and she gets to be very big, and then she will give birth out of water. These can go on for a few minutes, and also a few times in a day. That section of the river, I assume, it's not as deep, and so they're standing in water. Remember to talk to me, hashtag CGTNWild, hashtag Wild Earth. Questions and comments are very welcome. Pam, thank you for your questions. You ask, are the animals mate so quickly? Why do hippos take long? It is not true. Not all of them mate quickly. Some take very long, like rhino. They can go up to 50 minutes. Warthogs. Hippo here you can see takes very, very long. Wild dogs, they take long. So it's not all of them, and it differs from one to the other. So it is not all that, mate very quickly. I think it depends which animal you're referring to. If it's lion, yes. Leopard, yes. Cheetah, yes. Those ones are giraffe, yes. Elephant, yes. But the others that take really, really long, yes. This is rather interesting because we have actually, we can actually time it from when it started. It's been like almost 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I think it's gonna go on for another maybe 2. That protrusion you see on the forehead, on the guy, on the lips there, it's the lower canines. They're almost piercing the skin, but it doesn't hurt them. They're used to it. Yeah. This is, remember, is the hippopotamus. Yeah, it stays in the water most of the day. spending around 16 hours in the water, going out to graze. It feeds on grass. It's a grazer. Hence, people think that the reason it kills people, it eats them. No, it doesn't. What happens here in Africa is that before the demarcation of land, we used to move depending on the availability of water without the knowledge of, checking out if there are hippos or not. And also, when it rains, sometimes, streams becomes very high. And also, they follow these streams to, find maybe a source, eventually finding a spot where it's human habitated, and without any knowledge, while going to fetch firewood or going for a bath, you come in between it and water, and that is a very dangerous situation. Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm going to see what's going to...
Welcome back. So if you have a close look at the center of the screen there, you'll notice that one of the adult males have returned. We heard them roaring a little while ago, and then he emerged through the grass again. You can just see him there. He's quite well camouflaged with that mane, big mane in the grass. Just watching over the pride. But we have not spotted his brother just yet. Really nice to see the male with his head up as well, because normally they're even lazier than the females. Jen, do the males and females hunt together? If the males are with the pride, they will help them with larger prey. So say they're trying to take down a buffalo or a giraffe or something like that. But otherwise, the females have no problem doing that by themselves either. So a lot of the times the males aren't with the pride, and then the females will do it by themselves. But if the males are present, then they will help if it is something larger. The males are slightly bigger than the females, so they are a little bit more powerful. So it does help to have them around. It's quite incredible. I was really surprised when I heard that they caught this buffalo yesterday morning, and by yesterday afternoon that buffalo was finished. So I guess they do have a lot of mouths to feed here, but since I've started on this property, this pride has always been very big, at least more than 10 animals. And normally when we find them with a buffalo carcass, they'll be around the carcass for 2 days or so. So it's quite interesting to see that they're finishing a buffalo carcass in a day, less than a day nowadays. So we've been seeing impalas crossing the river on the other side as well. And once again, animals are interested in it.
These lionesses will not mind even hunting an impala, because the usual game they bring down, the wildebeest and the zebras, have left this area, and you can tell they're walking in intent of looking for some prey. Apparently, this is the pride I was talking about earlier, and this is the Olololo pride. And I remember I had a question of the differences between coalitions and prides. And here we got 3 of that pride, 3 females of that particular pride. And I got a feeling they were not very successful last night in the eland they intended to hunt. And that's why they are out and about looking for anything that they would catch. My guess is, from where I am, if anything, it could only be a warthog. You can see so many termite mounds. And this is the Olololo pride. And the male we saw earlier is the pride male of these females. With the Birmingham boys or the Birmingham pride, we had that white lion. But you have seen that one lioness there is quite light, but not white. The very beautiful Olololo escarpment in the background. And that is what gave this pride their name. Getting some wonderful light. And what I want to do now is just to go around, because they have taken that one huge loop. And I won't go this way, keeping an eye close to them, and then see if we are going to meet somewhere and get a little closer to them and find out exactly what they want to do. But I got a feeling they're looking for some breakfast. Could be wonderful to see a hunt this morning. And the only candidate I'm thinking they could bring down is nothing but a warthog from where we are. I haven't seen any other type of game from here. When it is very dry, we have seen them even going for panglings or porcupines sometimes. Let's see what happens.
Yes, my hippos are still on it, and it is still going on. Remember, animals mate, to breed, to have a young one. And so here there will be an offspring, in about 8 months. They have found a very secluded spot in the river, and I don't think it looks quite fast, the river, but the added weight of both is not it's strong enough not to be washed downstream. Yeah, this must be the dominant male in one of the the pod not very far from here, and it has been going on for almost 7 minutes now. So it's one of the longest matings, if you like to put it that way, or categorize it amongst the rhinos, which take very, very long. Yeah, this is nature doing its thing. Yeah, remember to talk to me on hashtag CGTNWild, hashtag Wild Earth. Questions and comments are very, very welcome. Yeah, I hope you're having a good time wherever you are. And this is coming live from the Masai Mara in East Africa. Yeah, this is the Mara River. It's fast flowing today. We've had lots and lots of rain in the last few days. Sounds like the whole country is getting rain. It is very unusual for this time of the year. It usually rains towards the end of the month, but nature's is the best. Megan, thank you for your comment. You say you've never seen hippos mating before. Yes, indeed, there's always a first time. And thank you, you're watching. Yeah, this is how it happens, Megan. Yeah, they mate in the water. And I think it does help to, counterbalance the weight, because these animals are heavy, they are big, and also with the short legs, it can be very difficult also for the male, and also added that it's wet, it can be very slippery. Yeah, so, you have to, those legs must keep, being adjusted. As you can see, that's what he is doing. And also, you can tell she's breathing much faster. That weight is also a little bit heavy for her. Yeah, looking at the size of the heads, you can tell that the male, actually has got a longer face. You can see that. Usually they have a thicker neck. Robert, after they mate, they might do it again in an hour or so. And, it can go on for a whole day. And then after that, she can go for up to, after she gives birth at 8 months, she can stay for another 17 months before, or 17 to, 18 months before she comes back into season after giving birth. Yeah, it's not over yet. I think the female, is rather getting tired now, so we might end up soon, but who am I to say anything? Well, there's nothing much I can say. I'll leave you to enjoy this, but it is nature doing its thing, and sometimes you want to see, this kind of thing. It's happening right on your screen. This is not recorded. It's happening now. Yeah, I'm staying here with these hippos because I'm at the crossing, and I'm gonna take my binoculars and look over the horizon, see if the wildebeest are gonna join me.
Welcome back to Ngala. We are still in the riverbed watching the lions. I'd like to draw your attention to the vegetation around us on the banks here. So because we're in the riverbed, a lot of what's around us is quite green, and that's just because of the water table under here, so there is still a little bit of water. But we are at the end of the dry season, so when we drive through the rest of the reserve, it's looking quite drab, and most of the trees have lost their leaves, the grass is yellow, so there isn't much going on. We have seen that there is a little bit of green grass popping up after the recent rains, but it is looking quite dreary, and that can have, when it's really dry, a drought can have quite a detrimental effect on an ecosystem. For something like these lions, it's not too bad though, because you'd find that the herbivores will be weaker because there isn't a lot of food available. So for them then to take down an animal like a buffalo or a kudu or wildebeest is much easier. For now, we'd like to show you a clip on how the drought has affected South Africa.
Winter in southern Africa can be a dry and desperate time. Before the relief of the summer rains, water becomes scarce, the nourishing pans and puddles drying up completely. These dry times are harsh on both the hunted and the hunters. Conflict over the wild's most precious resource can become intense. While forage in the woodlands wilts, animals of all sorts struggle to nourish themselves. As the unyielding African sun bakes the land, tipping the odds in the scavengers' favor. Dust will continue to rise while herds search for what little water remains, longing for the release of the first drops of rain.
Indeed, it's always during a drought benefit for carnivore species because it's a lot of easy meat for them. They don't have to hunt quite a lot. They only pick up and feed and leave and again find and eat. Here we got our grey heron in this Bevelsoek Dam. Looks like it's busy searching for its food this morning. You can see how it's just a little bit in the water. So for a search for fish, it could be and frogs and small fishes will be taken. Heron, they are successful hunter in the water, as you can see how enter that water and continuously will be on search, but they freeze almost like nothing. So it makes confuse a lot of small fishes and frogs sometimes get close to it, see how it's look around. Probably maybe had a little bit of a movement of whatever it's hunting for there. They're not like a fish eagle, so they caught whatever they caught there and they're trying to swallow it right up. Looks like a three-banded plover right on the back of that. But on a bank, that's a little tiny bird wandering around in there. You can see it right in the background of that bird. Three-banded plover. She's gonna stick around.
Good morning, and welcome to the Tswalu Kalahari. My name is Moritz, and behind the camera we've got David. Now, guys, for those of you who followed us yesterday afternoon, you know how we were working to find lions. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. We actually found another set of lions this morning, quite early, and we saw them staring down the dune constantly. And then as soon as we looked at where they're looking, look at what we found. And the sad part, and I have to admit this is, we were tracking these lions around a block the whole time yesterday. And they were just lying on the other side of the road by the tracks that we found this morning. Someone must have driven over the roads maybe yesterday afternoon before we got there or so. But look at how cute this is. We're going to allow them to come to us rather than we go to them. Just with them having the cubs with them, it's a little better to just, have them open the front door for us than to just come barging into the house. Mom has already given me an eye once or twice just to say, okay, let's do it my way. You can see if you have a closer look at her neck and so on, you'll see she's also got a little bit of a pinkish shine to her. I do think they were on a kill yesterday, and they might have finished this morning. I don't think it was a big kill though, because you can see her belly is not too full. Interestingly though, there is supposed to be 3 other female lions with this one, but there's a big herd of oryx on our left-hand side. I'm not seeing them right now. I think they might have already spotted the lions, these 4. There's the other 3 now coming there at the back on the right-hand side. Just if you look over there, it would have been interesting if they were moving around. But look at how cute this is, man. Yes, this is cool. So yeah, guys, I mean, it's so rewarding just to be able to, after a long day of tracking yesterday, David and I we were mentally tired. So Shreya just had a question. On average, how fast can lions run? Now, when charging, a lion can reach speeds of up to 80 kilometers. So, just to put that in perspective for you, listen how she's talking to the little ones. Oh, shame. Oh, this is beautiful. Sorry, Shreya. So when they're charging, they can get up to 80 kilometers an hour. To give you an idea, when they're 20 meters away from you, they'll be on top of you in less than a second. Okay, so they move 10 meters for every 0.46 seconds that passes. Quite quickly. Now, in the bush, when they hunting and doing all of those funny things, they don't often get up to 80 kilometers an hour. Just because, they have to twist and turn and follow where the antelope is going. When that antelope, especially like something like an oryx, when it gets... Oh, my soul. This is just epic. Look at that. So when the antelope zigzags to avoid being caught by the lion, that lion has to do that as well, and that obviously lowers the speed. Also, running in this thick sand, they're not going to go up quite as fast as that, but so will the antelope also not do so. However, to come back to the question, they can get up to 80 kilometers an hour if they're really angry and they really need to get somewhere. But I'd say probably, if you had to average it, let's go around 70 kilometers an hour that they normally clock when hunting and when doing all of these funny things. Here you can see now the other three starting to pop out here where we had the previous ones, the mom and the cubs. Only the one though. I think the other two are still there behind the bush on that side. What a way to start the morning. So Tristan also just had a question. Are snakes a big threat to lions? And Tristan, yes, absolutely. Especially in this area, things like the Cape Cobra and so on being quite aggressive and having really potent venom. You'll find that, especially for this mom with the cubs now, when she needs to choose a place where she's going to hide them when they maybe go out and hunt, you will find that if she chooses a spot where there's maybe a little hole for that snake to live in, she might come home to 3 cubs that was struck and unfortunately didn't make it. Also, sometimes when they're walking through the bush, things like a puff adder, which has really good camouflage and so on, can give them a snap on the paw or, well, wherever, and that could cause them to have big problems, because with that cytotoxic venom making the flesh basically rot, you'll then have them not being able to hunt. So big threat for lions, snakes, absolutely. However, I mean, it's not on a daily basis that they encounter them. It's here and there. And I mean, growing up in the bush, knowing that this is a threat, they do also take precautions as far as that goes. As soon as they see a snake moving or so, they'll also, steer clear of it. Because, I mean, the snake is also going to want to warn them that he's there so that he doesn't have to confront them, because they can always also go and kill him, especially if he's going to hurt them. So, yeah, big threat. But, yeah, guys, just like I said, epic morning and epic way to start it as well.
Looking at the lions in the Mara, I don't see major threats. And if any threats of the lions here would be amongst other predators. And their only main concern here are the hyenas. The area we are in, there's one huge clan of hyenas. That's called the North Clan. And it's of like 70 members strong, if not slightly bit more. And that clan is one of the most fiercest clans I have known of hyenas in Africa. For example, if this pride here would make a kill, and this is the Olololo pride, and the hyenas of that clan picks the wind and they know that these lions have made a kill, they'll definitely come, either join or chase them away. We have seen in the last couple of years, the few prides of lions around the North Clan area or near their den, once they make their kill, they always try to eat as quickly as possible, not the same pace like the wild dogs, but they know if those hyenas smell it, they'll definitely go, or they'll definitely come and try and snatch the kill from them. Remember, sometimes last year, but one, we had another pride not very far from here. That's called the Owino pride. And they struggled so much to bring a particular, it was a buffalo down, because it was a huge male, and they thought maybe the male was old, injured, and tired, and they thought they could deal with it very quickly. But it was a battle that lasted for about an hour and a half. And after such a long fight, they needed quite a good break before they would start enjoying their sweat. But either by sheer luck or accident, the hyenas picked it up, and in under 15 minutes, it was giggling and calling and ooh, ooh. So first we saw 5 hyenas, and as fast 5 hyenas came in, the Owinos thought, it's time to eat. It's not a very big pride. It has about 4 females and 1 youngster male. They thought, if these hyenas are going to continue coming here, it will be a challenge. So we saw the 5 hyenas eating on one side of the buffalo, and we saw the Owinos eating on the other side. But what happened, the hyenas, 2 of them would eat, and the other 2 would call the other members. Ooh, ooh, ooh. In about 20 minutes, we had about 40 hyenas, and the Owinos had no choice but to pull back and let, the hyenas have it all. So that could be the only threat we would have for these lions here. And they're trying to hunt a warthog. They're not very successful. And maybe having made a decision to take it easy and make new plans for late in the afternoon, I'll also leave them and move on.
We are now with the princess, who had a terrible night the other night, with wild dogs actually, and then with other leopards. Now, I updated you all yesterday that once the show ended, Kalamba came back, and Nsele was about 30 feet, 10 meters away from her. And then apparently after I left, Tandy showed up. So 3 leopardesses all in the one area. And that kind of shows you that the area we were in, which was the very north and eastern corner of Djuma, must be some sort of territorial boundary, at least between Tandy and Kalamba, that is. Although mothers, daughters do tend to overlap slightly, as mothers would rather be neighbours with their daughters than other competitors, in terms of females. So she has got a kill. We can't show you it right now because there's another vehicle there, but it's stashed up in a knobthorn. And from where I am looking, it doesn't look like there's much meat left. So she must have left the other night in a bit of a huff and killed again yesterday. Leopards tend to kill every 2 to 3 days, but it does depend on the size of the prey. There's a big difference between, let's just say, an impala ram to a steenbok. Emily, you're asking who names the animals. Well, it's a bit of a collective effort. Oh, there we go. There's the delightful, delicious impala, I think. I'm just going to get my binoculars out. So yes, it's a collective effort from everyone in the area. So here in Djuma, for example, they tend to give the chance to the rangers maybe that have been here a long time and spent a long time with the animal, or potentially people in lodges who maybe found the cub. So it's a bit of a collective effort from all the stakeholders, and of course, local names are chosen that actually mean something. It gives a bit more significance to the sort of animal than just calling it Mary or Susan, which are both lovely names, by the way, but I just think it has more meaning if it's in local tongue, like Shangaan, and Tlalamba, which is a really unique pronunciation. You sort of use the back of your mouth to say the word. I'm probably not doing it any justice here, and it means mischievous, the naughty little cub, born from Tandy and Tingana. The only one in that litter. And of course, she's now absolutely thriving. She's becoming territorial. Big yawn. And I don't know if you're all going to agree with me, but I think she is a spitting double facially of her father, Tingana. You just look and all I see is Tingana in a female version. But I don't know if you'll all agree with that. So yes, it's a collective effort here when a cub is found. And of course, with the hyena cubs, for example, we put it out to vote with the viewers. So we got lots of suggestions from the sort of Djuma game rangers. And then we put it out to the viewers. Now, Tlalamba was born in November 2017, so she's going to be 3 soon. 3's the average age when females start to have their first litter. Now, we can't see her. Oh, we can. That's a fantastic view, Tlalamba. 5 out of 5 on that one. We may have to reposition. We're in a bit of a tricky area of the Mowati, and we may have to reposition around the vehicles here to actually be able to see more than 5 spots. So that's exactly what I'm going to do now. Reposition to get a better view.
Welcome back to Ambient Ngala. So on screen you can see the younger white female, and we've just been discussing how well she blends in with the sand. And earlier when she was playing with the 2 younger cubs, she managed to make herself quite dirty. She's got this dark patch on her leg now. Now, if you look at the scene now, you'll notice that there are lots of piles of elephant dung scattered all across the riverbed. It's quite dark in color. So, I mean, that dark patch on the leg almost looks like another pile of elephant dung. And then she just blends into the sand. It is incredible. It is starting to warm up slightly. So even the small cubs are passed out now. All of them just snoozing away. Sandy Star, do the lions' tails grow longer as they grow up? The tail will grow with the body, so it will always be in proportion. But once they reach a certain age, the tail will stop growing. Yeah. So I'd say at about 4 years or so, it would probably be as long as it will get. On screen now you can see the 2 youngest cubs, and they are sleeping next to their mother there. If you look at the belly of the female, you can see that she is Well, her belly is very full because of that buffalo that they had last night, but she is also still lactating. And then behind them, just a little bit further on, there's the male white lion and his two brothers, also just passed out on the bank. So we're really happy that there are other males of the same age as that white lion, because once they reach the age where they have to leave the pride, then there are at least 3 of them. So that will definitely help them survive when they're out there by themselves. The larger male, he's also still in the back there. I can just see the top of the mane though, but he is he's blending in really well with the grass. Oh, everyone's fast asleep. Oh, lifting their heads now. We've spotted something. Let me just see. It is actually amazing how aware they are. You know, we're sitting next to them here and we're talking, we're making a lot of noise, and somehow they manage to filter through all the noise we make, and they'll pick up on, you know, something alarming in the distance, or something crossing the river, or anything that's applicable or that's of concern to them. Whereas they know we're no threat, so they don't really mind us being around. But it's incredible how sharp their senses are. That's such a nice shot with the two young males next to each other, the white one and the tawny one.
Somebody's up a tree. She got hungry and up she climbed. I didn't think there was much left on that impala, but apparently there is. Now there's a hyena lurking around at the bottom, but I can't see it right now. There's also another vehicle here, but I'll try and identify who this hyena is as soon as we get a view. So this just shows you Tlalamba killed the other night, didn't hoist it and lost it. Didn't lose it to hyenas this time, but lost it to the dogs. Again, she hunts again. Leopards will continue to keep trying until they are successful. And again, the percentage of success rate within the Kruger is said to be 16%, which is very, very low, especially to the 80% success rate of dogs. Anushka, it's hard to say. She's probably fed on this entire impala. I think it's a female impala. And therefore, she really won't need to eat for 2 to 3 days, maybe if not longer. The life of a predator is feast or famine, so they go days without. And for a leopard, they execute the hunt completely on their own. There's a lot of energy involved in that. So normally you'll find once a leopard has killed successfully, they wait some time, they rest, they recuperate, they sort of get their breath back, if you like, before they even touch the carcass. And then they tend to remove all the hair. It's quite a grooming process before they open the carcass and start feeding. So they won't eat straight away, you normally find with leopards, which is completely the polar opposite of the likes of cheetah, that eat straight away and they eat fast because they know they run the risk of losing it. Leopards take their time. So the bigger the prey species, the longer it'll last them, and the longer the sort of gap in between feeding can be. Whereas if she had just cut a scrub here right now, it's highly unlikely she would hoist a scrub hare, but still I have seen Hosanna and Tlalamba hoist scrub hares. Then of course she would need to eat much sooner than she would if it was an impala. So she won't have to feed for a number of days, but you have to remember leopards are completely opportunistic, and therefore they know that food doesn't always come. And therefore, if an opportunity presented itself and she had a little bit room left in her tummy, then she'll absolutely eat, without a doubt. In case you can hear other voices, we're not alone in this sighting. But normally when a female like Kalamba at this age is establishing her territory, it's very important that she has prime access to water and food. And once all of that is established, then she's ready to go on and have a litter. They say that females are not successful at carrying litters until they've fully established their territories. She's got to be strong enough to not only go through the entire pregnancy, but also afterwards there's a long lactation period. So a female that's not fully established her territory normally cannot raise cubs with any success. Consultant detective, I really do think she will get to hold on to this one because it's hoisted. The only other sort of danger she faces at the minute is another leopard, and let's hope that doesn't happen.
Guys, always a stressful situation for a young leopard to hold on to a kill, but look at what we've got. This is cool. So they are weaving through the bush. We think they are heading towards like a waterhole or so. The three younger females, the ones that's walking at the back without the cubs, they actually showed some interest in an ostrich just now. Not too much interest though. But look at that playing. Still a little bit of cub left in there. All three of those young females are, I want to say, probably just about 2 years, just under 2 years old now. So just at that point where they've actually, if they were males, they would have been kicked out of the pride. You know, and the ones that we found earlier this morning is actually the young males that were kicked out. But these ones, like we've mentioned in previous episodes, they will remain in the pride and, you know, become the pride females along with their mom and sisters. It's always good for the pride to have as many females as they can and as their area allows, because, you know, more females makes for better hunting or better opportunities at least. As we know, lions are team players, so the bigger the team, the more successful it will be. Yeah, it would be interesting. So yeah, guys, just, I mean, if you have a look at the beauty, not of the lions, but of the area that we are in right now, Tualu Kalahari. Here where we have the lions at the moment, it's quite hilly. I mean, it's still Kalahari, so you get that dune.
Sorry about Swallow. We lost them there, but that's what happens when you're live in the wilderness. Sometimes technology doesn't always work, but Kalamba's still feasting. You can actually hear her crunching. I think she's feasting on the skull right now. Oh, it's not so pleasant. But impala also act as a buffer species out here. They are so numerous, they're so successful. They're mixed ecotone feeders, which means they're not entirely specialized, so they can sort of survive and thrive and continue to breed feeding on either the grass by grazing or browsing, Whereas some antelope species are very specific and they have such a successful breeding period where they sort of flood the market with their lambs and all the ewes give birth at the same time. There's a rutting season, as many of you know, and this all contributes to their success. And that, by them being so numerous, they're acting as a buffer species to sort of protect the other antelope species that are maybe not as successful or not as numerous. So that is why the predators do often go for the impala, for their numbers, and they're the perfect size for a leopard. To not only kill, I'm sure Kalamba could actually take down a bigger animal than an impala, but the hoisting is the tricky part. Kalamba's petite. When you see her next to the likes of Tungana or even Hukumuri, she's very, very petite. I wish we could get a look at that hyena. There's definitely a hyena here. I just wonder who it is. Which hyena has managed to pick up on the scent of this kill in the tree? I've got a view. I'm not sure. You may have to excuse another vehicle's bumper there. Who are you? Perfect ears. I think we'll need to get a better look at the spot pattern when they fully pop out to see who it is. Looks a bit like Sutu, but I could be wrong. I'm speculating. And leopards are completely used to hyenas lurking around the bottom of the tree. And that's why I was very surprised the other night to see Kalamba had not hoisted her kill. She made a mistake there, I'm afraid. She was either feeling lazy or wishful thinking that a scavenger was not going to come. And the scavengers were, of course, the dogs, which surprised me. I had immediately said the dogs don't really scavenge. I don't think they're going to go to Kalamba. And immediately, what did they do? Throw me under the bus and went to Kalamba. All predators are opportunistic, though, every single one of them. Leopards, lions, dogs, cheetahs. Kruger. I didn't mean a buffer species is actually a title. What I meant by that, was that the impalas act as a buffer. They're not a buffer species. I'm not sure that's a correct term, but they act as a buffer because there's so many of them. They are protecting the other species. Let's just not protecting intentionally, but by being so numerous, it means these sort of other types of antelope, like your steenbok or your duiker, around this area at least, they buffer them. Because there's not as many of them. They're not as numerous as the impala. It means that those other types of antelopes can still survive and thrive out here. So that's essentially what I mean. Ecologically, the impala acts as a buffer species. They just lessen the predator pressure, if you like, on the sort of more vulnerable species and less successful species. That's what I meant by buffer.
Yes, I'm still at the same spot. My hippos are sort of rested and they are further down. So we're back to the only... Okay, can we see the crow, maybe the hippos? I don't know where they are. Yeah, there they are. Yeah, they're fast asleep. You can tell that. Now, looks like they're getting active. They're quite asleep. Okay, they're getting active once again. Not very far from where they were mating. That's where they were. Remember, the reason I am here at the river was to come and see if we can find any crossing. But we have a lot going on along this stretch of the river. Inside water and out. But basically, because I can show you what is happening on the banks, that is one of them. The hippos were mating. And they were very, very separated from everybody else. Looks like they're just about to do it once again. I don't know when. Looks like the female is moving further up, or yeah, she's reversing. Yeah, this is the famous Mara River, and it's home to very, very many hippos. Very, very many. In every stretch of about 100 meters, there's always a pool of hippos. Big T, you ask if the male ever drowns the female. Not of I know of. And because it's a mutual understanding, I don't think the female will drown. She will dismount if she thought she was getting drowned. I think that would happen. It has never happened. And also, they're in a very shallow section, so it's quite okay. Look, this is the behavior I saw first. The female was being very aggressive towards the female, but I think that is the sort of behavior when they're when she's just about to give in. That's why it actually, because I found them doing that, that's why actually what confused me. But yeah, you can tell now the female is not letting the male close, and this is normal during mating. Until she's ready is when she's gonna allow the male to come close. So the female can never drown, and also she would allow that to happen. Yes, right now the male would be very, very aggressive if there was any male passing by, not even getting close, but even passing by, closer to where I am, it would be chased, it would be beaten, it risks a lot. So right now he's very dominant. You can't tell, a lot of body language, but he is very, very aggressive. Yeah, they are resting now until later. Yeah, is that our crocodile? Yes, yeah, he's there. That is the area where the wildebeest usually come down. And when he's there, I don't think anybody will come, because that is already a threat, and that's what they're looking for. That's what they're afraid for, the wildebeest, so they will not come. It's I'm talking like they're right there, but they're not. But the exciting me to see them come is very high. And I'm thinking today, because it's nice and sunny, we might get them coming down. Maybe now, maybe later on. So I am waiting for them here, hoping to see a line come by.
Good morning. Buffalo have not woken up yet because they're all still sitting down, except that one. That one that's coming towards us is obviously awoken from its slumber, but myself and OD have been up for a very, very long time. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera, like I said, is OD, and we are here on Pridelands Conservancy, which is part of the... It's actually been quite an exciting morning. We started off with roars throughout the entire night, hoping that we were going to find some lions this morning. We had no luck. We searched the perimeter. I'd actually given up, to be honest. And then we went and sat at our favorite dam, and the next minute I heard contact calling. And that got me excited again. So we trailed a male lion that had definitely walked here and walked well, is walking in the direction of the buffalo, but I'm not sure exactly where he's gone. I think there could be two male lions. I think one has already come through here, and the other is just trying to catch up as he has an injury, if it is the lions that I'm thinking about. So, buffalo, best you wake up because you might get a surprise. But this is where they were sleeping last night. We actually had a lovely buffalo sighting not too far from here. So they would have settled maybe just as the sun was setting after a drink of water. And now, because it's been so overcast and quite cool, they haven't felt the need to wake up just yet. They're just having a bit of a lie-in. Angie, so with the boss you mentioned, so that's that thick part on the top of the where the horns are, so where its sort of head is. Essentially, so that boss section can develop from a few years old. I think it would depend again on genetics because some buffalo get much bigger horns than others. But I would say I'm taking a gamble here. Probably like 4 or 5 years old, you'll start to see some development. And I think as they get older, sort of 10 years plus, is really when you're going to see that boss sort of really start to form. But you can see looks like he's still quite a young fella. He's got very sharp horns. I think they're going to get much bigger. You only see lots of grooves on the tops of the horns as they start to age. They're very quiet today. Normally the buffalo are up and on the go. They're typically, well, not early risers, but normally as the sun is coming up, they start to get up too. Maybe they've been chased around all night long. Perhaps the other male lion that has already walked in this direction is sitting on a kill somewhere. So we are going to do a bit of investigating. We're also going to do lots of sitting and listening to hear if we can hear any more contact calls.
Yeah, till I find out what could be happening there. And I'm just enjoying watching some Maasai ostrich here on the move. And for the first time, I have seen a male and a female together. I've been seeing males separately and females separately. But I'm trying to imagine this could be a pair. And I'm sure you all know when it comes to ostriches, it's very easy to tell them apart, males from females. The female is tagging slowly behind the male. I'm not sure they're in that very fast pace because ostriches normally, when they walk in the savannah or wherever they are, they go feeding at the same time. But either they got something they are going to look for, or they're looking, or they could be having eggs somewhere. I do not know, because it's not normal to see them just moving and moving and not picking an insect or a fruit or flower from the ground. That is the male. The most majestic birds. And they're watching some waterbacks in the front there and a toppy. But they don't seem bothered by their presence. These are species of animals that will not have any issue with each other. I'm not sure where they would be going because there's a lot for them to eat here. If you look at the ostriches, they do not have any feathers on their legs, and that helps them to cool off. But above all, if you also look at them carefully, even going through the neck, they also got no feathers, and I'm sure you know ostrich do not fly. But my guess is the whole idea for them not having any feathers on their legs is just to help them cool off. When it gets very warm, you sometimes see them spreading their wings out, but in general, their bare skins helps them to cool off. And also the necks and the head all the way, they are all bare. Very fast birds when it comes to defense. Now, you notice now they have slowed down. I was wondering why, they weren't stopping to pick something from the ground, but now they have, maybe from where they were, They didn't feel they were not safe. But I think now they're calm and they should feed, as is a tradition, for these flightless birds. The best thing to say about ostriches is when they have their small little chicks. And the chicks, when you see them, when they're all young, say below the age of 3 months, they're all brown in color. They look like that female there. And you cannot tell males from females when they're young. They all look like that female. And as they grow older, when they start to fledge nicely, is when you see the males turning their feathers to black and white, and the females remaining grayish-brown. Remember, we are coming to you live from the Masai Mara, and should you have any questions or comments, please send them through, and you can tweet hashtag CGTNWorld or hashtag WorldEarth. Lovely to see ostriches in the morning, and I am moving on.
So, alrighty guys, we're just heading around quickly. It seems like it's getting a little warm now. So, Mom has actually gone down. It seems like, oh yes, the cubs are busy suckling. Or nursing for that matter. Look at that. Look at how cute that is. And remember guys, please remember to ask as many questions as you want. And also remember, there's no such thing as a stupid question. So ask away using the hashtag WildEarth to send your questions through on Twitter and so on. And it could be about anything, you know. So Francis from Israel just had a good question, well, an interesting question. How old are these cubs? And Francis, they are about 4 months old now. So we actually only saw them, this mom hid them so well that we only started seeing them at about 3 months of age. It was only when she really had them, you know, moving with the pride and doing all of those things that we started seeing them. She never allowed us to, you know, find out where her den site was, even though you'd find her sometimes close to or with the pride, busy, you know, sharing a meal or so. Then she'd always, you know, evade us when she goes back to her den site. So really good mom. It is actually, as far as we know, the first time that she's got cubs. So, you know, that maternal instinct just kicked in perfectly. But yeah, these cubs are about 4 months old now. And we are very excited to see what the future holds for them. Can hear them talking there. Shame. I don't know if you saw their mom giving them a little bit of teeth. Unfortunately for her, their teeth is getting a little sharp now. So when they are fighting to get to a teat amongst each other, they're giving her a little bite here and there on a rather sensitive spot. So, shame, yeah. I can't think that it's comfortable for her to have that. But very, very cute. They are looking a little out of sorts. Well, and when I say out of sorts, not sick or anything like that, but, you know, they're at that stage where their paws are huge and their fur is long and all of that. They'll grow into that, guys. They're going to get even cuter. But yeah, just have a look at where we are. Look at that. Look at that view. You know, here at Tswalu Kalahari, we're really blessed with stunning views like this. Imagine a sunset or a sunrise looking over these mountains and looking into these valleys and so on. It's stunning. And, you know, the red sand just makes for epic photography because, you know, you don't really get a backdrop like that anywhere else where it's pure red sand. So it's just what a privilege to be here. and to be able to share it with you guys. You know, it's not often that we get to do that, and it's really nice to have you guys look at it with us.
Tswalu in the Kalahari is one of southern Africa's most vast terrains, covering an area of over 111,000 hectares. It is a beautiful ancient landscape, distinguished by the Koronaberg Mountains and rolling dunes. Its earthly richness keeps us asking for more. The vast areas of red sand, shrubs, and tall trees are home to an amazing variety of fauna and flora, possessing immense space for African wildlife to wander about. Home to meerkats who we marvel at as they maintain their complex burrow systems. Not forgetting the insects and antelope that have adapted to survive in the harsh, semi-arid conditions. This magical community is a home to all.
Well, here at Pridelands, the diversity is quite different from what you may find in Tswalu and the Kalahari. As I'm sure you can see, we have a whole bunch more grass and trees. It's probably the first thing that you, of course, notice. It can get quite arid out in the Kalahari. But this sort of area that we're in right now is pretty amazing for the fact that there is so many different types of vegetation that grow around here. So right now we are typically in the savanna biome, so you can see there's some grass species. There's also quite a few different trees scattered all around. And then you go a stone throw away, and I'm so sorry that I can't show you because it's so overcast, but the beautiful Drakensberg Mountains are behind us, but I think the clouds are too thick. And there it's insane. It's like a completely different world, and it's really not far away from here. And even right at the tippy top of the Drakensberg Mountains can you find some elements of a fynbos, which is a plant species that you typically only find in the west coast of South Africa. But it is down there behind all those clouds and trees is actually an enormous mountain range that stretches over 1,000 kilometers across South Africa. You'll just have to believe me. But with being in the savanna biome, we obviously attract lots of big mammals like the buffalo. We have elephants, which elephants aren't able to really sustain themselves up in the Kalahari because they, like the buffalo, need to eat a lot of food.
Back in this savanna biome, we also the same, and again looking through the bushes, there's just a little bit of a silhouette, which is the bull giraffe, a male giraffe that we found him in this area, and he decided to move away from us, but we still got a little bit of a glimpse. By looking through, I can also still identify that it's a male giraffe by looking at the size of the horn they got. Where male, they have thicker and bold horn, males, and the females, they have brushes, like a paintbrush on top of this horn. So they grow hair on top of their horn for the females. Look, he's going to come out in that bush. Tend to move around so much since the light has come through due to the feeding. There's a lot of new shoots of flowers, leaves, and they prefer feed on acacia trees out here, which is a thorn trees, no thorns, and those are also buffalo thorns. Gonna reverse beat, stick around with him.
We share so many of these trees here, like the buffalo thorns and the acacias or the vichalias, just like in Juma, which sometimes these egrets will use to roost. Now, they may spend the better part of the day in the water here, feeding and, of course, drinking, and later on in the day, they go roost on those trees. Now, let us listen to some sound I think I'm getting from the frogs. Now, with the rains having come, we have water all over in the Mara. Most of the afternoons, we are getting rains. And for me, the rainy season is my best time to be in the Masai Mara during the drive. The only challenge comes once in a while when we get stuck. But look at the egrets, some that you would expect to be with the buffaloes or with the elephants feeding, but they're in a different area because they know we have so many aquatic insects floating in this water that just are collected after the rains. We have lots of cattle egrets here. We have lots of intermediate egrets here. We have other bigger birds. We have seen some sacred ibis too. Beautiful to the egrets in flight. What a scenery. Wonderful camera work, Bungei. But now, looking carefully here, we have other species of birds are saying that's a sacred ibis. Again, taking the benefit of the rains we are getting here. Beak straight in the water, picking any invertebrate that she could get, any crustaceans there, any frog, any worms, very quickly. Because food is abundant after the rains. And I can tell you, they don't think they chew anything, straight to the stomach. Quickly grab to the tummy. You think maybe the other side of the road we have more food or better food? Straight in the water, lucky? Yes. Now, Bungei, I want us to go to the other side of the road where we started because we've got two very special stocks there. And the big black. Oh, you got something very quickly. The speed they sell this, they swallow their food is just too fast. I usually wonder the organisms they swallow, if they, what happens in the tummy, if they don't get in the tummy when they're still, alive. Do they move in? Do they give them some discomfort? Now, I saw some huge birds on that other side. And I'll be showing you the other birds shortly. And there were some stalks there. But let me just wait for them to come back. They just flown off, but once they're back, I'll be happy to show them to you again.
So we've decided to leave the pride, or the sleeping lions, in the riverbed, and we continued on, and maybe about 200 meters down the river, we found 4 other members that are part of the same pride. So we've got one of the dominant males here, 2 of the adult females, and then the young sub-adult male that technically shouldn't be with the pride anymore. So it was quite an intense scene a few moments ago. One of the females got up and she went into the shade, and the larger male stormed at the younger male, just trying to keep him away from the females, because I believe one or potentially both of these females might be in estrus at the moment. So he's trying to keep that male away from these females. He's been snarling and growling at him most of the time we've been here. But as you can see, the sun is out, So it is heating up. So they're just going to become more lazy as the day progresses. But let's see what happens. That young male acting very submissively. They definitely fed with the rest of the pride. You can see their bellies are also really, really full. They have all gorged themselves. And there's a puddle in the riverbed with a little bit of water. So we actually found the one female walking up from the puddle. She's got a little bit of mud on her chin now because of that. But so we followed her up and then found the rest of them lying here.
The day is warming up nicely. I can feel the sun now. I think it may be time to remove my jacket. Now, Sutu's at the bottoms, definitely Sutu, and Tlalamba's not doing the best job at holding on to this. I am wondering if gravity may take hold and she loses this. It's just the skin and the hooves that's left, I can see. And I just think if she doesn't hold on properly, it's... Copy. Sorry, I'm just directing someone else in. We're the only one here at the moment. And yes, once that drops, Sutu will run and have her feast for the day. But hyenas also scavenge and they also hunt. Again, opportunistic, which whatever opportunity comes their way, most predators will take. But hunting requires more effort, more energy, it's more exhausting. Scavenging, well, it's fairly easy. You just sit at the bottom of the tree and hope that little parcels fall into your mouth, shall we say. And Tlalamba knows there's a hyena there. The hyena knows there's a leopard there. And out here, in the Lowveld, at least in this specific area of the Sabi Sands, I really believe that the hyenas follow leopards intentionally. When they're sort of doing their zigzag walking and they smell any scent of a leopard, bless me, apologies about that, everyone. Yes, when they smell a leopard, I think they know exactly what leopard it is. They can recognize the leopards by scent, and I also believe that they follow them intentionally, hoping that they lead them to something like this. Hyenas are intelligent, after all.
Very bright predators are the hyenas, very complex societies. But now we got birds here which I think are equally intelligent, because this sacred ibis, in under 5 minutes, she has swallowed 2 frogs. The first one was easy, but the second one, she struggled either to kill it before she swallowed it. It was in the beak, out of the beak, in the water, back in the beak, back in the water, but finally she won. Now the certain big birds I wanted to show you here that are types of storks that have all been brought by the rains. And that's one of them, and this is the woolly-necked stork. They migrate a lot when we talk of the wildebeest migrating, of the zebras, and going very close to another big stork there, sprinting herself, and that's the yellow-billed stork or the wood stork. But a youngster, you can see, it's not as white, and the beak is not as bright yellow as normally the case. You can hear in the background lots of choruses of frogs. Herons also coming in. What a beautiful place to be, because there's a lot of food. Rispa, birds are territorial. Not all of them. We've got certain birds, when they take particular places, they do not move. But I tell you what, Rispa, all these birds that you see here, none of them is territorial. But we got huge birds like the eagles, like the Masho eagles. All those are territorial. Many water birds that I know of that are territorial are like the Egyptian geese. Those are classical examples of being territorial. We got lapwings, like the black-crowned lapwings, the spar-winged lapwings, and the blacksmith lapwings. All those are territorial. But these water birds, like all what we have here, they're here or they'll be only where there's food. Apart from that, they're always on the move. The territorial birds, if they do not have food where they are, they'll go feed and come back to the same spot. The area I am in, there's a particular pair of lapwings I've been following, a spar-wing lapwing that has 2 chicks I've been following for the last 3 weeks. If you'll still be tuned in, I'll be happy to show you. And by being territorial, they'll even fight for that space. If would be similar species of that bird come in. But like here, if you look carefully, we got 3, 4, 5 different species. That has a frog. Look at that sacred ibis. Why did you put it back in the water? It's trying to kill it. It took off. It jumped, got it again. Now, you have to be a bit smart on how to swallow that frog. I think the frog is just too big for her. Unlike small fish or other crustaceans. And definitely the cattle egrets have no chance of hunting bigger prey like the frog. They tend to concentrate on insects only. Oh, she got something too, baby. I could be wrong. That looks like a frog also. A baby frog. Consulting detective, that's a very good question. And you want to know the differences between the males and the females? Sacred ibis? Give me a minute. As I show you how they fly, they landed right on the road, I'll be letting you know. But out of experience, it's always rather difficult, for me, to tell them apart. Most water birds are very difficult to tell them apart, males from females. Consulting detective, unlike the ostrich that I was showing you before, the male and the female, some of these water birds give us quite a challenge to tell them apart. But definitely I will be finding out for you. Another one has caught another frog. It's truly petty. These two are fighting for the same prey. The egret's much smaller than the sacred ibis. Sacred ibis is bigger, longer beaks, sharp, strong, I guess. This is true party after party with all these birds here. It's a hammerkop there, not left behind. The brown one you see there. The joy here, there's food for everybody. Why are you fighting? Now, it is interesting when you see different species together and there's now food for everybody. But if it could be one species and a similar species come in, would see a bit of interaction, which would not be very good because they'll be fighting either for the space or for the food. But here I'm counting the hammerkop, 1, sacred ibis 2, the cattle egret 3, the intermediate egret 4, the woolly-necked stock 5, the yellow-billed stock 6, and had seen a black-headed heron 7 and a grey heron. 8, 9, 10 species together, and it's all good and very serene and very peaceful. I wish you could join the party here with these birds and also enjoy what they're eating, but I may have to be moving on.
truly beautiful. Bird species are beautiful. And here we haven't lost our giraffe, and he's still feeding right in this bush. But now he just comes slightly in this little open, but facing away from us. Now we can able to see his ears. Now giraffe ears comes white, palely white, and this is what it helps them. Visual communication, so they have to see one another from way off distance. But also, since they had the advantage of a tallest animal and they were able to see far enough, so now it comes a lot easier for them during this season where, the new shoots and trees are also developing, growth taking place, so they don't struggle on wandering around for food. But they will prefer thorn trees. Of course, they will nibble around for these leaves. That's why they will develop with massive. Grammel in general, do female giraffe fight? If they ever do that, it's not all about territorial. Probably it's about respect that is taking place, or some of a, difficult behavior amongst them. But of course, either just playing fight because they do practice, but that is not for any things like a dominant. When it comes to males, also they do that. This is all about dominant, but they're not territorial animals. So, yeah, they don't really mainly fight like bulls do, but they can, practice or having a good time of each other when they have time to do that. Especially this younger one, they can have kind of like tussle for one another. It looks like now, is it a bird? Was a bird alarm calling? But I think just communication of birds in this area. We're talking about species of birds. There's come so many. Birds, when the suns come out and they're all happy because it's warm, and they can make a lot of a different sound. This is how they communicate. Rebecca, you want to repeat that question? I couldn't copy whether it was why is no bird or why is a bird. Vanda, that's a good question. When we first saw this giraffe, was a two bird on him on the neck. And then I took my binoculars because I thought maybe from the distance could be one of the, wound. Usually they have them, a wound when they grow old. Also because of the fight, but then was a two oxpeckers. Of course, sometimes these bird oxpeckers, they stick with the animal because of the benefit, but if they ever stick with that animal for longer, and again, they have to move somewhere else. If there is maybe impala or anything, this is what makes them, change along a lot of times, among these animals within the area. So you find maybe this bird flew to land on another animals around here that we cannot see, or could be another family of this giraffe that they could be around here, you never know. But since we can only see one, you're right, it's not actually common for that. It's always have to have birds on them because these birds help them to clean the parasites, ticks, clean this animal. Some part where this animal cannot reach into because they have long neck, but for them to bend all over, lick themselves, of course, they cannot do that on their necks unless if they're in a group, they'll be able to help one another. So they will leave the giraffe now. It seems to be it just went into the bush.
Welcome back. Last, when you were with us, we had those 3 beautiful rhino, and they were just slowly feeding as the morning sort of opened up around us. And we have been in hot pursuit of trying to find some lion, and unfortunately they managed to go off right into a drainage line just as we found them. And they've since stayed in there. So we went looking for some other animals, and we came across this magnificent elephant bull. And the reason I say it's an elephant bull is you can see that there's no other elephant around it. Now there is in fact another one just down the valley, but you can see there's big open areas around it, and we can't see many more. And the bulls will generally travel by themselves, or they'll travel in groups of, up to sometimes 6. I've even heard of 15 other males. But generally you'll see them, just in small groups or by themselves. Whereas the females are incredibly socially dependent, and in fact one of the most social animals that we know of. And they will actually travel in large herds generally. And you'll see quite a few of them, sometimes with young and very varying ages. Now, as you can see, this male is slowly feeding on some of these branches. Now, I don't know if you have noticed, but it is quite burnt here. You can see there's dark patches on the ground. There's no leaves on these bushes whatsoever. And what we've done, this is a controlled burn, and it is one of the methods that we use in game reserves to restore the sort of vegetation back to what it originally was. And Beyond Phinda has quite a fascinating history in that it was originally farmland and hunting farms, and we managed to take all those farms and combine them into the Munyuwana Reserve that it is today. But with all that farming, there's been quite a bit of, depletion of the nutrients in the soil. And what happens is that these kind of trees, what we're seeing here is a variety of Vachellia species, they are part of the natural restoration process of the veld itself. So they will grow in areas where the nutrients are poor, and eventually they will start to decompose. Their nutrients will be recycled back into the soil, and the soil will restore all its nutrients, and then it would eventually, after many, many, many years, become what it originally was. And in this case, it would be a big open veld. As we can see behind us, this general terrain here is just large open veld areas, and that is what it's supposed to originally have been. And by burning, we help to sort of just increase that process a little bit more. The nutrients are recycled back into the ground, and it just tries to restore the vegetation back to its original sort of form. Another reason is, I'm sure you've seen how many cheetah we have on Phinda, and their preferred habitat are these large open veld areas, just like this. And so we try and restore as much of it as we can to give them a better chance of survival. This elephant is slowly moving off. I think what we'll do is we're going to loop around and see if we can get him walking towards us.
My leopard is not moving off. She is still feeding, and Sutu's still lurking around the bottom. Every moment it looks like the carcass is about to fall, Tlalamba grabs it. Now, they call leopard's claws retractable claws, but actually they should be called protractable claws because they don't actually retract, essentially. The normal position for the claws is within the protective sheaths in the foot. And then they actually protract them out using muscular contractions when they need to. Theo is just loving this squirrel. This little squirrel is just going about its business, calling, cleaning, feeding, playing with other squirrels, showing no concern that there's a apex predator about 2 meters away from it. Not worried in the slightest, and leopards will hunt squirrels, absolutely. I've seen Tlalamba with a squirrel in her mouth. I have some photos of that, actually. But this squirrel, no concern, just living its life in its tree. We've been trying to get a two-shot photo of the squirrel in Tlalamba, and Theo's winning. Now the day is starting to get really hot. It's changed. The sort of overcast conditions have broken. The sun's coming through. So I imagine Tlalamba's going to try and finish this now. And she'll find a nice shaded spot to sleep. She may even drop it for Sutu. Who knows? Sutu's definitely hoping that's the case.
Yes, Lauren, stay right there. Don't leave that leopard in the tree, because seeing a leopard coming down a tree or climbing down is always the most exciting to see of all the leopard sightings. Now, I cannot leave these birds. I cannot leave this area because just watching these storks feeding here gives me lots of joy. Look at their long legs. Again, the yellow-billed storks or the wood storks, as we saw before. But if you look carefully here, you may notice 4 of them look different, all white, and that's the full plumage of adults, fully grown storks, and the other brownish ones, 3 of them, the youngsters, definitely growing up. They haven't matured yet. On a closer look, you'll also notice their beaks got different colors. Now, there's a heron in the background there. See the difference in terms of feeding of that heron, which I guess is the grey heron, and the storks. The herons will always move slowly, patiently, and they watch. Storks will keep disturbing the water using their feet. They got sensors to detect any movement of any prey under the water. And that is how they feed differently from the heron. Consulting detective, I had your question earlier of the difference between the sacred ibis males and females. And as I told you, it's rather difficult to tell the difference between the two. But what I found out is the male sacred ibis are slightly bit larger in size than the females. Apart from that, not much you can do. And the same case, consulting detective, that could apply to these storks here. The males of the yellow-billed storks are slightly larger in size than the females, and the beaks are a little bit heavier, more built, and slightly bit longer than those of females. I still enjoy to listen to the chorus of the frogs here. That's great chorus you hear from the frogs. Snazzy, if you're asking the red ones, I hope that is your question. Those are fully grown, and if you look at the very base of these yellow-billed storks, 2 of them, to me, with bigger red, bright red in them, that is part of the breeding plumage. You see that one on the screen there? This one is in the breeding plumage. And if you look at the feathers carefully, you'll see there's one bungay. If you go to the one on the right there, there's a bit of tint of red in it, and you might think from a distance it may look like a flamingo. That is the breeding plumage of this yellow-billed stork. We have about 8 different storks here in the Masai Mara. At least today, we have been able to see two. Earlier, you remember we had the woolly-necked stork, and now the yellow-billed stork. Wonderful and thankful to the rains that has made everybody to have bountiful of feed, and I'll be moving on to search for something else.
How about those beautiful yellow-billed storks going into their breeding plumage? As you can see, we're still with this elephant that we were with a little bit earlier. He's been lovely enough to start facing us now, so we've got a bit more of a frontal view. And if you have a careful look at his tusks, you can see the one quite prominently on this side. But if you have a careful look, you'll actually notice that the one on the other side is missing. And how that happens is it would generally be in a bit of a fight with another elephant bull. They can, break off sometimes from also trying to push down a tree or something if it happens to get in the wrong angle. But mainly, now there's a beautiful frontal view, it would generally be with a fight with another elephant. And you can see just how massive this one is. If we're having a look at his trunk there, it's quite thick. Often people talk about the length of the tusks to age elephants, and that is somewhat accurate, but even more accurate, you have to look at other features like the thickness of the trunk. You can have a look at how tight the belly is as it starts to hang. They start to get a bit young. The bit older ones have a bit more of a hanging belly. This one's got quite a thick trunk, but his body is quite tight. He's not got such a hanging belly. He doesn't have such a prominent sort of angle in his spine. So I would age him at about 30, 35. He's giving us a bit of a look right now. He's just sitting and wondering exactly what we're doing. He's not aggressive. He's not worried about us. He's just watching us for now. Yeah, you can see very clearly there's not even a break off. That whole tusk is gone. Now I'm going to start reversing because at Andview and Phinda we do tend to give our elephants at least 30 meters room, and it's as much for our safety as it is for the comfort of the elephant. Research has shown that they are a little bit less comfortable and happy when you're a bit closer than 30 meters. So we just try and keep that distance at all times. I think he's going to cross here in front of us. He's got the other male we were talking about earlier is on the other side of the road, so I think he's going to join him there. And we're just going to keep giving him a bit more space now.
What a beautiful monitor lizard that we just find in this dead tree, and looks like it's on the other side of that tree, and looks like it's probably sleeping in one of these holes because they are a day animal, so they won't move at night. But for that monitor lizard to patch like that, they show a little bit of its head, and the rest of the body is on the other side of on the eastern side where the sun come from for warmer. And this could be the beginning of a day started to hunt. You can clearly see these external ears they got, and the little nail claws. You usually use them, dig on the ground, get out these millipede and the crunch beetles as well. A small snake can be eaten, this guy. But look at the size of it, still small, so it's not a big one. Sure. So it's a good question that, of course, when you look at these, our monitor lizard compare to the Komodo dragon, you almost look at the same, especially these rock monitor lizard. You would think of those Komodo dragon, and they are closer there. But, in terms of, the bacteria, those Komodo dragon, they still have very toxic bacteria they got when they bite. Thing die, in a few minutes. Which with this one, you still get a little bit of a pain when you get bitten by them, but not actually highly toxic bacteria. But of course, in terms of how they operate, they can actually, stood up when they want with their 2 feet in the right and just to scan around the area where they hunt. Same to this the Komodo dragon they do.
So we're back with the buffalo, but not the breeding herd that we had a bit earlier. We are now with the boys, and this buffalo is one of my favorites. He's just currently having a bit of a scratch. He has an itchy face by the looks of it, but you can see he's easy to identify because unfortunately his tongue does not go back into his mouth. It just sort of stays like that, hanging out all the time. So that's how we recognize him. But he's part of a bachelor herd that varies between 6 and 7 individuals. Is that nice having that scratch? Now, Shelley, fantastic question from you this morning about how to assess a buffalo and how do you tell the difference between the two. Well, you can see this is a nice example. This buffalo has got a very thick set of horns. You can see how sort of dense they are right in the middle of his head. The females, typically with their horns, they don't actually touch, so they almost look like 2 separate horns coming out, but we call that a boss on a male. He's quite an older boy, so you can see all the indentations and the grooves. And then the other thing that you can do is also just look for, well, the bits that make it a male. So the buffalo bulls have got exceptionally large scrotums. So you can do that too. But this is not unusual for all the males to hang around together.
All right, guys, just have a look at how cute this is. Being in the Kalahari, just if you are wondering about the water trough there, we have to provide water for the animals because there's fences around the reserve for their own protection, but unfortunately they now can't migrate anymore. Just look at how cute those 2 cubs are. Guys, I can imagine that they're thirsty, especially the little cubs. Just the point from where we followed them was probably easily around 5 kilometers away now. So, and they were walking even before we found them. So let's say they've just, without stopping, walked a good 8 kilometers. So thirsty. But just always special to have them drinking like that. And they'll love the water from the actual trough because that's nice and clean. The water hole itself is going to be a bit muddy. There might be an eland coming in, walking into the water, dirtying it up, all of that. But this is just a beautiful scene. Oh, my soul. It's been an epic morning with these individuals. Especially with them, allowing us to get so close to them and, seeing this is already not something that you'd see often. I don't know about you guys, but I definitely love my job. You can see they're at the drinking trough, actually. We'll go there now. The one cub has actually climbed onto the side and is drinking in between Mom and one of the other sub-adults. Can just see his head poking through there in the middle. Look at that. Ugh, shame. Yeah, guys, this is special. Beautiful, beautiful. Properly thirsty. Don't know if you saw Mom poking her head up there. We just had male lion tracks also coming through into this waterhole. So always important for them to, even though they're lions, be aware of what's going on around them when they're drinking. When their heads are down, they don't always see something approaching. So very important for them to just constantly keep a lookout. So Yo-Yo just had a question. How much water do they get in with one lick? And it's not a lot. To give you an idea, when they drink water with their tongue like that, the actual water gets scooped up. Obviously, there's a little bit of surface water that gets caught on the tongue, on the top of the tongue. But the big thing that happens is when they put their tongue down like that, you'll see them curling it around towards the backside, and that's what scoops up the water. So it's not going to be a lot. It's going to be one lick is probably, let's say 25 to 50 milliliters. So that's why you find them continuously drinking like that, and quite quickly as well. You'll also see them, licking, and then only swallowing. It's not every time they lick, they swallow. They'll fill their mouth up and then they'll go and swallow that little bit that they've accumulated inside their mouth. But as they were sitting drinking here or standing and drinking, they'll probably drink up to, I want to say 2-3 liters on a really hot day. And as you can see, this is a very good spot for them to now just chill for the day. So, shame. Sub-adults, just making sure that the little cubbies know who's the boss. Very cute. But yeah, with it being such a good setting, there's a lot of big trees around here, so good shades, very comfortable for them to lie down over here. They'll spend the day here and only start moving this evening again. But now as it gets warmer and they want to, come down for a little drink a little later on, they'll do so. And there's just top up the tank. With most of the mammals in the Kalahari, they sometimes go a day or two without drinking water. With lions, they would want to do so more often. So with them moving so far, you'll quite often find them coming past the waterhole and just, replenishing their thirst or quenching their thirst. But I'd say in a single swing, they'll probably go about 3 liters at most of drinking. You can see that one is actually licking the pipe now where the water is coming out. Must be nice and cool as well. That comes from a borehole or a well that might actually break the trough if she goes on like that. But yeah, just to answer your question, I'd say about 25 to 50 milliliters of water in a single lick. You can see the cubbies are getting quite curious now, all of a sudden realizing Mom's not around anymore. So Yolan just had a question, how long do the males stay with their moms for? And it's about 2 years, depending on, it's actually dependent on themselves. They'll nurse or drink milk for up to about 6 to 8 months. And then continue to remain in the pride and being protected by their mom and, well, for that matter, their dads as well. And the point where the father will actually... I'm sorry, guys, there's just a bit of bullying going on there. So the point where the cubs will actually get, or the male cubs will actually get pushed out, is when they start showing interest in the females. So when there's a female that is seemingly ready to mate, you'll find that the adult male, when he sees the youngsters, the young male cubs starting to show interest in, like mock mating and, just chasing this female around the whole time with some intent, that's when the male will actually decide, you know what, now it's time for you to leave, because then they start causing direct competition for him. So some males mature a little earlier, some a little later, but I'd say a general rule of thumb is about 2 years when they'll get kicked out.
So we are still with these male elephants, and you've been discussing the age at which those gorgeous little lion cubs are going to leave the pride. Now, it's a similar story with male elephants. Earlier we were saying how the females will stick in a herd. They are a matriarchal sort of society, so females will stay together for life. But the males, just like these ones, will eventually get pushed out, and it will be just as the age where they start to develop a bit more testosterone, they start to become a bit more cheeky towards the females. So generally around 12 to 14, but it can be as late as 18 years old when they're actually pushed out the herd. So these males, you can see just based on their temperament and the fact that there's no herds anywhere near, are quite a bit older than that. We discussed that this one that we're looking at with no tusk is probably around 35. The one to the left is maybe a bit younger. You can see just based on their size as well. He isn't quite fully grown yet, so maybe he's around 25, a little bit younger. So they've been away from the herd for quite a while now. We've just seen that younger one in front throw a whole lot of dust over his back. Now, that is 2 reasons. The main reason right now is to get rid of parasites. Sometimes they do dig up dirt a little bit more close to the ground, where it's a bit more close to the groundwater, and that's a bit cooler, so it'll help keep them cool. But right now it's a bit more for to try and get rid of parasites, to stop flies coming and landing on them, and to give them a bit of a protection from the sun. You can see now he's stopped doing that and he's slowly feeding again. It's quite incredible when you watch the other animals, because these male elephants, Whoops has just asked us if there's ever been a white elephant in South Africa, and there has actually recently been a sighting somewhere in the Lowveld of an albino elephant with blue eyes, which is quite incredible. We've never had one on Phinda. They are very, very rare. It is quite a rare genetic phenomenon to have an albino elephant, but they do occur every now and then in nature. These 2 males have just actually started looking at each other. Sometimes they might just sort of re-establish the dominance between them 2, but I think it's quite clear for these 2 males that the larger one is in fact the more dominant one in this grouping at the moment. You can see actually how comfortable they are around each other by feeding right next to each other. Quite different to those lions that you were seeing earlier, who can sometimes be quite aggressive and growl when they're feeding right next to each other. Elephants have so much food around them. There's such an abundance that there's no need for them to fight over food like this. So they are actually really, really placid with each other. And what's quite amazing is that often an older bull will even teach a younger bull sort of manners and how to portray himself in the wild. It's quite an incredible thing to watch. The younger males might be jostling together or fighting, And the older male will just come and gently tap him on the top of the head, tell him to settle down, and that's how they slowly learn to control their testosterone, to be placid as these ones we're seeing now, very sort of relaxed around each other. You can see that the bush that he's feeding on now, look at that tip of the trunk, how he is actually very finely selecting individual leaves. In fact, this tree has quite a bit of thorns. So again, amazing, just like the giraffe that you're seeing earlier, how they are adapted to actually not be pricked by those thorns as we, as humans, think we would, it would be very uncomfortable for us. They've got, the tip of the trunk is very much like a human hand. It can actually select individual bits, just like you're seeing now. He's actually just put his trunk right in that gap where his tusk used to be. And you'll often see that if an elephant manages to lose its tusk, you'll see it quite often just feel that little hole and sort of, it's just like a reflex that they all do. Just try and feel where that tusk went and feel that little hole. Kind of if we lose a tooth as well, we always put our tongue right in that little gap in our gums. Yeah, it's such a beautiful morning here. And it's what I love about elephants is you always see them feeding and carrying on. With regards to whether it's more common to see a breeding herd or a bachelor herd, it does vary from, the place and what the herd's movements are. I would say you're probably more likely to come across bachelor herds just because there's quite a few males that are in bachelor herds. They'll be quite more spread out, whereas, the herds of females will obviously have quite a lot of elephants in one sort of group. So they'll be confined to one spot, whereas the males will be spread out over a wide area. So I think your chances of actually coming across males are slightly higher. But for finding elephants, it's always maybe a little bit easier to spot a herd because there's just so many of them and they do tend to make quite a bit of noise. It's quite hard to miss the sounds of an approaching herd if you're sitting quietly somewhere. I mean, even now as we're watching these two males, we can hear like a little bit of branches breaking, and they're quite far away from us. So that male there on the right, he just sort of rested for 2 seconds. We had a talk about zebras and how much they sleep yesterday. And it's quite interesting to know that the larger the animal, generally, the less amount of sleep they require. Now, you can see this massive elephant. In fact, a large amount of its body weight is a large intestine. That's why they are so big. They have got the most massive large intestines, and it is a very inefficient digestive system, so they need to continuously feed throughout the day. They need about 200 kilograms of food. And to get that much food, I mean, you look at what they're eating. They're eating small twigs, they're eating leaves, they're eating grass. And if you think in your mind of 200 kilograms of that, how much they actually have to consume a day, you can understand why they don't have a lot of time to sleep. So what they'll do sometimes is every now and then, just as we saw, they rest slightly for even less than a minute. He just props his head ever so gently against a tree or something, closes his eyes for a few seconds and has a tiny little nap, and then carries on feeding. They've got a lovely breeze blowing past them. You can see the grass in front. Critter, with regards to earthquakes, that is an incredibly interesting question, and I think that they must be able to. They've got these receptors in their feet, and we've actually figured out that these sort of receptors can feel rumblings that they communicate. We've at least proven about 11 kilometers here in Punta, and how we did that is we've been tracking our herds with these collars, and we have a herd in the south of the reserve that stayed there for about 2 years, and then we had a herd in the north that would do the same sort of route every now and then. And we opened up a new section, and animals can be quite wary to go into these new sections. And once we dropped the fences, they started to move in there. And as they started to move in there with all this new feeding, fresh leaves, all these trees that hadn't been uprooted, suddenly this herd from the south went straight into that area, and they hadn't been there for about 3 years. And it was just as the other herd had crossed over. So it can only be from communication that they actually communicated over that distance. So they are still doing studies. They haven't quite proven how far these receptors can go. There's theories of up to 50 kilometers. So if they can communicate via rumblings like that, you can only imagine what something like an earthquake, how that would alert elephants and other animals. And in fact, a lot of the time when natural disasters are coming, people always say, follow the animals and follow where they go. There's been reports of, when they have tsunamis or something, of all the animals suddenly heading uphill and people following them and going to safety. So I think they do have such incredible senses that we can't even begin to fathom. So it wouldn't surprise me if they could sense earthquakes coming. Are we going to continue perhaps looking for these lion? I think these elephant are just going to carry on feeding. They seem quite content for the moment, and they've got quite a bit of nutritious greens around them. So we're going to see if we can find something else to view this morning.
At the river once again, and my crocodile is still there, and the mystery behind these two hippos and why I thought they were fighting, it's that the male actually walked or swam upstream, and it's stopping the female from walking away. That's why I thought it was a standoff. Yes, you see the female, she's there. That is the male, and that's why he was opening the mouth and stopping the female from going upstream. I think maybe she doesn't like him, or she's saying, not now. And so the male walked up, stopped, and that's why it really got me earlier, got me really, really confused. Why I couldn't tell what was happening. But this is all about nature. Every day you learn something new, and it is amazing and fantastic to be here at this crossing. Consulting a detective. Do they give birth in the river? No. They only mate in the river and suckle inside water, river or lake, but they give birth outside. Consultative detective. Yeah, I hope you got your answer now. Yeah, he is not letting that female go beyond where he is. And it is understandable, and I understand why it really got me. I thought it was a standoff, but he doesn't want to let go of her. The river is still flowing, as you can see, thousands and thousands of liters heading downstream to Lake Victoria. I'm enjoying the view, the sounds of the water. Louis, you ask if hippos are temperamental during mating times. Of course, there is a lot of jealousy and enmity when a female comes into season. Males don't like each other at all, and in this case you can tell he has secluded this female in this corner of the river where there's nobody else. And I'm sure to win this battle, he must have fought a fight to chase away everybody else to be able to be with the female. And so they do get very aggressive towards each other during mating times. Yeah, usually you'd see more, but you can tell they're all by themselves. They belong from a pod. A pod is a collective noun for, a group of hippos. And he has sent her here where she can enjoy, the honeymoon all by themselves. Yeah, remember, this is live. It's coming from Masai Mara, and this is the beautiful Mara River, the river that, takes a lot of lives. When I mean that, I mean lives as in wildebeest. You ask if all animals have got Jacobson's organ. I did hear the Jacobson's organ, an animal, but which animal? Could you repeat that, please? Definitely they do, because, there's no other way to find out if a mate is coming into season apart from using the Jacobson's organ, which will help the brain detect and make sure that, a female has come into season. Yes, look at that guy, he's not letting that female, go past there, and that's why I thought it was a standoff between two males. Yeah, it's amazing, that is a new behavior for me that I've seen today. Yeah, the sun is coming out. It's warming up. It's beautiful. The wind is blowing. The smell is so clean and fresh. It's a bit hazy when I look up away towards Olololo, Syria, but that's our view. Look at that. So you ask if they ever freeze in cold water. Not I've heard of, because we don't get to freezing points in Africa. It never gets to that. They never get, we never get freezing water anywhere in Africa, and they are found in rivers and lakes, so they never freeze. They never. I've never heard of a lake or a river that freezes in Africa, so they never freeze. Looks like he's listening to me. He's hearing what I'm talking about. Maybe he knows, I'm talking about them. Because, he looked at me like he knew I was saying something. It looks like, they're still going to be here for the rest of the day, because he's not letting that female go past him. And every time the female tries to make a move, he sort of displays a certain kind of body language that I cannot read, but he turns the head around, and yeah, so actually looks like he's not letting go. I'm gonna be changing and moving on to see if I can find something else further up, so I will see you down the road.
Welcome back to Ngala, where we have left our sleeping lions in a different section of the riverbed. We decided to continue to see if we could find any signs of a leopard. So we actually did find tracks on the road that runs parallel to the riverbed, and we just crossed back in. So it looked like it was a mother and cub, and they headed in this direction. That's why we decided to loop back, just to see if we can find any signs of them down here. So this is the perfect area for a leopard. I mean, it's nice and dense. The vegetation is really, really thick, and that's what they like. You can also see all along the riverbed there are quite large trees. So if she does manage to catch something, or if she did catch something in the early mornings or maybe last night, she would have hoisted it in one of these trees. So that's what we're looking for at the moment. Seeing if we can find a carcass in a tree, maybe tracks crossing the road, maybe some monkeys alarming, or baboons alarming, and impalas alarming. But no sign yet, not down here at least. Felix, my favorite thing to find in the riverbed. Sure. I'm gonna have to say leopard, just because we find them down here so often. Like I said, it's the perfect place to be looking for them. So they do frequent this area. But, an array of different things. You know, the riverbed is so nice, like I mentioned earlier, because it's green throughout the year. It attracts a lot of different animals. I also love seeing elephants in the riverbed. They often come down and they'll dig for water in the riverbed, and that's also something really, really nice to watch. After they leave, you know, there are these big depressions and there's still water there, so other animals will also come and drink. Jonathan, what kind of sand is this? River sand. Look at the vultures flying over us here. Let me just stop. Oh, these are hooded vultures that just flew over us. And these vultures are normally quite sharp, so when there's a carcass around, if you see hooded vultures, sometimes we'll see the big, the white-backed vultures, but if you see hooded vultures sitting with them, you know there is something there. There were 4 of them just circling around. Oh, a little bit tough to get them on camera. I just want to go back. Yeah, so these vultures, they also nest along the riverbed. So we've got a lot of vulture nests along here. Did a census about a year and a half ago or so, and we counted 67 nests along this stretch of the Timbavati River, just on Ngala. Animal life, are there animals that eat vultures? There are. Sometimes what you'll find when these vultures are around carcasses, and especially when it's something that lions have caught, they'll sit and they'll kind of wait their turn to come down and get some scraps. But sometimes they get a bit, you know, they don't want to wait around. So then if the larger vultures come down, lions might try and chase them off, and sometimes they can't get up quickly enough and they might be taken by lions. They'll just kill them. But then there's also a male leopard on the property called the Makoti male. Makoti means vulture, and he actually has the, I'm going to say, nasty habit of climbing up into the trees and then ambushing the vultures when they're on their nests, which isn't a great thing because most of these vultures in this area, they're endangered. So even though it's an incredible thing to see, we don't really want him to catch the vultures. But who are we to tell him what to do? Right, we're going to continue along the river and see if we can find any signs of this female and the youngster.
Amazing that a male lion actually managed to catch a vulture. You can imagine how quick they must be. And certainly here at Phinda, the vultures actually tend to try and stay away from the lions. It's quite amazing. They won't even go down to a kill if they've noticed that the lions have just gone for a bit of drink of water. While we were looking for some rhino in the area, we actually came across this midden, and I just wanted to point it out because it's quite interesting compared to other middens. Now, as you can see on my left, there's a whole lot of dung that's been scattered. You know, you can see how it's torn up. In fact, there's one quite distinctive mark here, and that's where the male rhino has actually dragged his feet through that midden, and that's to get the scent of this dung on his feet as he walks through his territory. Now, we know it's a white rhino midden, or predominantly white rhino, because all the dung I'm seeing here, you can see how it's made up of grass. Even these little blades here, while from far they might look like twigs, they are more just these solid bits of grass, you know, the strong kind of fibrous part that you see. So this is all white rhino dung. You know, if it was black rhino dung, we would find little sticks in it, always at a 45-degree angle, about this size, and they would in fact also have a more reddy tinge because there's tannins in the twigs that stain the dung a bit more red in color. As you can see, this is very golden and dark brown, so this is a white rhino dung midden. Now, off to my right, you can see that there are solid piles of dung that are more in their ball shape. So there's quite a few. There's actually 4 little or 5 little patches I can see here that have been dropped along the way. Now, these would be dropped by younger male white rhino or female white rhino. So when they drop their dung, they keep it in these balls, and they show that because they don't want the scent of their dung to actually be carried by their footsteps. You know, the younger white rhino, they don't want to challenge a male for his territory. They're not big enough to challenge him yet. And so this is a sign of submission to them, showing that male, that territorial male in the area, they're here just to feed and drink. They're not trying to take over his territory. And the females don't want to be bothered too much by the males. They are also not territorial, so they don't want their scent carried throughout their home range. Globate. I love your question. And yes, you know what? There is very little bacteria in this dung. So, you know, when we touch herbivores' dung, it's essentially just touching dried up grass. So you'll see a lot of ranges. In fact, we've got our classic tricks of, you know, pretending to taste it and then actually licking our other finger. But there's no problem about herbivore dung. What you've got to watch out for is the carnivore dung, because that is very, very high in bacteria. So you will never ever touch something like lion dung, leopard dung, hyena dung. It's a no-go. But something like herbivore dung, it's the same as touching dried up grass and dried up twigs. So there's no problem with that. Snazzy, with the dung beetles, unfortunately not at the moment. They come around in summer, and in fact, if the dung beetles were around, you would see so many of them, even though, well, none of this dung is actually too fresh, so maybe not too many here, but they haven't quite come back yet. At the moment, we rely more on ants and termites to dispose of this dung. They will also break down things like this and recycle it back into the ground. You know, when we come into December, January time, we're going to see a lot more of our dung beetles and a lot more of that activity. And that is always one of my favorite things, except there's always the danger of driving around and getting hit in the head by one of those little dung beetles flying around. So that's something to watch out for then. As this dung isn't too fresh, like I said, I don't think it's a sign of any rhinos in the area, but I think what we'll do is we'll head off in that direction, right out into the plains, and see what we can find there. This is the ideal habitat for cheetahs, so that is what we're keeping a lookout for right now, sort of at this time of the day.
Guys, just always interesting to see how the animals communicate, you know, with that rhino midden that you just saw now. I always like to think of it as like a Facebook inbox messaging system where they communicate with one another. But just an update on these lions, as you can see, they are now relaxing and, you know, settling in for the morning. I think they're going to spend probably the whole day here by the waterhole. And so you get the 2 females just there under the tree, and then just off to the left-hand side, we can't see them now, but there's one, or the 3 cubs are there playing with one of the sub-adults just in the shade. But yeah, they're going to spend most of the afternoon over here, and it's just been so great to be able to spend time with these guys this morning. I mean, I almost want to go shake their hands and say thank you. It was just a privilege. And also a privilege to share it with you guys. You can see lazy, lazy, lazy now. You know that feeling when your head starts bobbing like that, falling asleep. And yeah, guys, I mean, there's a lot of resting involved when it comes to lions. Not necessarily sleeping, but resting. They are inactive for about 20 hours a day. Now, when I say inactive, they might look like this. They might be flat cats. They might even just be sitting, doing nothing, eyes open, just, taking in the beauty of the Kalahari. But they have to do that, For a buffalo or something like that, there's always grass in front of them, so they can always just eat when they want to. Lions, not so much. They have to save energy as much as they can wherever they can. So with that being the case, you find them looking like this quite often, which is why I'm saying it was such a, a beautiful sighting this morning, such a privilege to have seen them moving like that. So Ava just had a question. At what age can you find out the gender of the cubs? And the easy or the fact of it is, as soon as the mom introduces them to the pride, you can always look at, the obvious signs around the tail area. But if you're asking more specifically about like when is a male's mane going to start developing, when are you going to see with which ones have the mane, which ones don't, to see whether it's male or female, that typically starts happening here at around 6-7 months, where you can just see a little, almost like a goatee, but I want to say more like a year. You're properly going to start seeing a little bit of a mane developing, and then when they get to about 18 months, you'll easily see that which ones are male and which ones are female. You'll see that little mohawk that develops on top of the head of the males, and then with the females, they won't have the mane at all. Also, size-wise, when you look at cubs just being together, if there is male and female together in a specific litter, the males do tend to be a little larger, even though they're the same age. So you can use that as well. So yeah, easiest to look for male and female is by looking at the obvious spots. I know not everyone wants to do that always, but that's the easiest way to see it.
Welcome back. So I just wanted to quickly come back to the question about the sand that we were driving on here. So the soils around this area it's granitic. So if you pick up some of the sand in the riverbed here, you'll find that it's got a lot of quartz in it. And there's some feldspar and a little bit of mica, which is the shiny bits you can see around. So it's a very, very coarse-grained sand. I just wanted to quickly show you that. Quite beautiful, actually. And then we've also got, right next to us here, in the tree, we just found a nest of a hooded vulture. Now, it's a bit tough. There we are. You can just see the head of the vulture there. So now that it's heating up, we can actually see a lot of the vultures taking off. They use the thermals to rise up, and then they'll go look for carcasses, see if they can find some food somewhere. Angie, that is absolutely correct. Hooded vultures do that, and it's quite disgusting, actually. And especially when you're around lions, you'll find a lot of scattered around the area where they've made a kill. And because these vultures are quite small, that it's the smallest vulture we find in this area, they're quite light as well. So it's much easier for them to fly up. So if one of the lions had to chase them, there's a good chance that they'd be able to get away. But you often find these vultures, even when the lions are still around, on the ground, and they will feed on the scat of the lion. which is, like I said, quite gross. He's watching us. You can see it's quite a large, very messy nest. Just a little platform that they've built there. And around this area we can see 5 different kinds of vultures, and like I said, all of them unfortunately endangered. Joy, as far as I know, most of them do make a platform nest like this. So quite a big nest, big sticks that they build the nest with, and it's usually quite high up in a tree. These vultures have, this one not as big as the bigger vultures, but they've got quite a big wingspan. So, you know, a lot of the times you also see them, and that's why it is right at the top of the tree. And that's also why you often see vultures sitting in trees without a lot of foliage, like dead trees, just because it's easier for them to take off and to see from up there. He's just scanning around. We're actually very fortunate to have so many vultures in this area, seeing as the numbers are declining at a steady rate. So this is quite special to be able to watch.
I decided to come to the river and watch the hippos and the crocs. And as is typical of all riverbanks, where you would expect to see hippos and crocs, as it warms up, they'll come out to sunny themselves. Now, I've been wondering if some of these stocks that I've been doubting whether they could be territorial, they could, because this particular yellow-billed stock here has been here, I would say now 2 days straight. I was around this place yesterday, and not sure it's the same one I saw, and if it's yes, being tempted to think the yellow-billed stocks would be territorial. Maybe not, maybe yes. Big yawn there of the hippo, and a little to the right, Bungay, there's one in the water, and I'm seeing like got some oxpeckers on top, or maybe different species of bird, but my guess would be an oxpecker. I'm not sure why she doesn't want to leave the water. There's always a very clear hierarchy. Look at that hornbill, or rather that hooded stock. She's just moving her neck from left to right, like scratching herself, or like her neck vertebrae had an issue. I'll be trying to find out, if this yellow-billed stock could be having a territory here, because I've seen her now, I think, 3 days in a row. I was talking of hippos having a very clear hierarchy, because sometimes when you see them resting out of the water like that, you might see them in 2 different groups. The bulls will tend to be on their own, and sometimes the females with the youngsters on one side, and not mixing. It's very difficult to tell from here, and especially when they're outside the water. But in general, males are slightly bit larger in size than the females. That one has moved a little bit closer to the main group. She doesn't have to have her feet in the water. Anoshka, if you look at hippos closely, we call them Artiodactyla, and they got odd toes and little webbed, I would say, little webbed. But either way, as much as they're webbed like that, hippos will not be able to swim or even float in the water. The hippo just calling there, but not from this particular herd further downstream. So yeah, we say they're Artiodactyla, or the Perissodactyla, yeah, Perissodactyla, meaning they're odd-toed, not even-toed, and they're a little webbed, and as much as they're webbed like that while in the water, they'll not swim or even float. When they come out of the water, especially during the rainy days, you can see their tracks very clearly. The main reason for me to come here today was to chance if I might get any herds of zebras or wildebeest crossing the river from this point.
Yeah, guys, one thing that you won't see out here in the Kalahari is a hippo. So it's pretty awesome that you guys just was looking at that right now. But yeah, as you can see, the lions are settling, and the cubs actually is one of the other little ones coming around the back now. He'll move into screen now. But the cubs have now rejoined the ones here by the water. And I think this is probably going to be their nesting spot for the day. Just relaxing and sleeping here. Cubs might be playing with the tails of the adults and so on as we go. There you can see that little one coming back in now. They were just exploring a little bit, you know, dragging around little branches, chewing on whatever they can find. But now it's time to settle in. It's getting quite warm now. So that's when their batteries start dying. So a very good question just came through. C. Pantral just asked, does development at birth have a direct correlation to the length of the gestation period? And yes, absolutely. That is why you find with lions having a shorter gestation period, only 110 days, so just over maybe 3.5 months. Lots of little cubs coming in, but very underdeveloped. Eyes closed, they can't move, you know, born almost, well, very much like we are born. Whereas if you look at something like, let's go with an impala, or you guys have been looking at the blue wildebeest up in the Mara, those guys probably have the best developed baby out of mammals on land. I mean, guys, those ones, they've got much longer gestation periods, 8-9 months for certain of the individuals, elephant 22 months. And for like a blue wildebeest in particular, the shortest that I've heard that they've recorded a baby blue wildebeest after being born, being able to keep up with his mom, you know, in a trot, was 12 to 14 minutes after birth. So, I mean, that's just incredible. If you have to compare that to a lion where the mom has to physically, you know, move them by herself, you know, carrying them in her gentle jaws for the first month of their life. I mean, obviously they'll by that time be a little bit more mobile, but definitely not as well developed as the herbivores. So absolutely, direct correlation as far as gestation period length goes to the development of the little ones. The longer the gestation period, obviously the better the individual will be which is born. Which is also why you find that lions have large litters, because they can have them. The babies are not so big when they get born, so there's more room in the womb for the mom to carry 3 or 4 or 5 cubs. And then when it comes to the herbivores, they typically only have one at a time, because that baby needs to grow as big as it can before it gets born, so that they can have that a kickstart to life, basically.
Beautiful, It's going to be very nice, looking at the lions. But the bird of, not a bird of prey, but, looking at bird in general. Now what we got here, it's called Go Away Bird, sitting in that acacia tree. It's pretty shade enough for them to begin their day with. They already begin their day, I think. I'll search around for, and if one of these trees are now flowering, and they will go after these flowers and anything they come across. Flowers, sometimes they mainly feed by many of the flies and some other little beetles. But these are mainly known as a fruit eater bird. So, Go Away Bird, it's the name of, used to call grey lory, can call them Taraco bird. They're a lot grey. Really, you can look at that, very well camouflaged. And this is how, I guess, they survive from getting hunted by hawks or anything that fly from their air. A good place for them to perch for a couple of minutes, rest, and they will carry on with their search for food again. They can be very noisy birds sometimes. And in the older days, this is where the old hunters, they would know if there's a danger around the area, because these birds used to give alarm call for them to be aware of danger around.
The woodlands along the fringes of the Greater Kruger provide shelter to an array of animals. In the greenery of summer, antelope seek refuge in the lush thickets. In the dry winters, big cats blend in with the bark of many a branch. Taking to the sky, herds of antelope can be seen playing follow the leader, moving from clearing to clearing, seeking safety in the open areas, away from the stealthy and well-camouflaged predators. Pockets of water are positioned throughout, often oases of peace. However, the residents of these watering holes are sometimes less accommodating. From the air, the trails and trials of this often secluded area are clearer. With the wonders of the wild playing out as far as the eye can see.
All right. Welcome back. So we are still in the riverbed, and we've actually found more leopard tracks. So we think this is the same leopard, the tracks that we found on the road that runs parallel to the river, but this is where she came from. So she came from the other bank, crossed the river here, walked along the road, and she might potentially still be somewhere on the bank here, but we'll have to go back and just investigate again. I just want to quickly show you, I don't know how well you can see it on screen at the moment, but it's quite a small track compared to something like a lion. And then also there are 3 lobes in the back here. 3 lobes like that, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 toes. And she's heading in that direction. Can't really see the tracks of the youngster here, but it is also quite difficult in the sand, especially because it is such a coarse sand. Track splays a lot, and it is quite a difficult area to age a track. But the tracks on the road were quite fresh, and it's in the same space.
Last you had us, we were busy talking about that rhino dung midden, and on our scan of these plains, we came across this really beautiful scene. You know, it's one of those picturesque moments that you sometimes have in the African wild. And you can just see how beautiful it is with these zebra, you know, right in the front. In fact, that one's even walked into the water and is currently drinking. And we have that gorgeous giraffe that just walked along the back. Now, why they all walk in is, you can imagine there's a few zebra that have been drinking from here. And as they step into the first bit of the shallows of the water, they disturb a whole lot of the dust and mud, making that water closer to the banks a little bit more muddy and not as desirable. But if they walk in very slowly and reach out a little bit more, they get more nice, fresh, clear water that's a little bit less free of muck and dust. And that's why this one has just done what it's done. Oh. They, at least now, you know, with such a small puddle of water, they know that it's free of crocodiles, so that's why they feel quite content to actually walk as far in as they did. And they've all just had their fill and are actually walking off in the same direction as that giraffe. Now, just in front there, if you see on the bottom right of your screen, we have a tawny eagle. You can see that eagle sitting right down there. It also landed, but it was flying above and it's just landed. It might even go down for a drink now. It's quite interesting. Yeah, there we go. You can see it's got a little puddle of water there and it's having its own little drink at the moment. Now, this tawny eagle, it has a bit of white on the back, so it's actually slowly transitioning from when it was a juvenile into a fully grown adult. You know, the adults, there's huge, quite a range in the coloration of a tawny eagle, but the adults, they more have generally a bit of a darker brown, ranging from light brown to completely dark. And when they are in their juvenile form, they are completely light in color. So you can see that little bit of light left on the top. It's showing that it's transitioning into a fully grown adult. The tawny eagles are quite stunning animals. Quite stunning birds. Megan, they are amazing birds. In fact, you know, they're close to 2 kilograms, this eagle right here. And they are really stunning. If you look down, I don't know if you can see on the legs. Looks like it's a bit difficult to see the legs at the moment. They do have very, very feathery legs. In fact, very thick feathers that go all the way down to the feet, which show that it's a true eagle. And you can see that incredibly prominent bill. They're one of the larger eagles, and that's one of the ways you can tell. You know, if you're just looking at them quickly, you can sort of, especially in flight, sometimes try and distinguish which type of birds you're looking at just based on how big it is, and you can eliminate some of the possibilities based on that. So this tawny eagle, oh, look at that. Amazing. You know what it is? It's very rare to actually see an eagle drinking. You know, you'll see them soaring up in the sky, which is what we saw in the beginning, scanning for prey. But you don't often see them, close to the ground drinking. As you were talking earlier about what will take down a vulture, eagles are also vulnerable to some predation, so they feel much better out into the sky. A red-billed roller, like I was saying about the true eagle, and the one really distinguishing feature is those feathers that go all the way down the legs onto the feet. So you'll see our snake eagles. We call them snake eagles, not true eagles, because they do not have those feathers, or sometimes we refer to them as leggings that go all the way down the legs onto the feet. So that's really the distinguishing feature, the difference between eagles and other birds of prey. It was actually really interesting. As we came across here and that tawny eagle was landing, there's a wattled lapwing in the area, and it started mobbing this because these eagles, they've got quite a variety of food that they have, that they feed on. Some of them are mammals, things like mongoose, small rodents, but they also feed on birds, reptiles, frogs, fish, and insects. So it's a huge variety on what they feed on. And a wattled lapwing, like the one that was mobbing a little bit earlier, in fact, it's a little bit in the background, you can hear it calling still, might have a nest somewhere around here. They do tend to nest out in these open areas. And so by mobbing this eagle, it could be trying to chase it away from its chicks. So you might find that it has a nest somewhere. I don't think it's too close because it seems to have completely settled down. I think it's also, watching this eagle's behavior, seeing that it's just drinking, it's not trying to catch anything. So I think it's actually now quietened down to actually make sure that it's drawn attention away from itself and away from, if it has chicks in the area, away from those. It is really such a pleasure to sit and watch something like this. We often looking at these big, amazing animals, but really when you find beautiful sights, like an eagle just sitting there having a drink, can be the most tranquil and amazing experience. We're going to watch it for a little bit longer. I'm sure he's going to fly off quite soon. So once he does, we're going to carry on and see if we can find anything else in these beautiful plains.
So guys, I'm so happy that we finally found, I'm actually going to just reverse a little bit while there's a little gap. That we finally found eland standing still. They are naturally moving whenever we come over the hill. But look at how beautiful that is. Look at how big it is. That's a Cape eland, by the way. And just to give you an idea as far as size is concerned, a male Cape eland, which is what we're looking at right now, can get up to 950 kilograms. Some of them can even go over a ton. So absolutely our largest antelope that we have out here, even larger than the buffalo that we've got at Tswalu. Huge mammals, and they're part of the Trachylaphini tribe, so the spiral-horned antelope. So same as the kudus and those types of things, kudus, nyalas, bushbuck, those guys. And we've got 3 different species of eland in southern Africa, the Cape eland being the ones that we're looking at right now, which is the most abundant here in South Africa as well. And then you get the Livingstone's eland, which you get more up into like the Botswana region and Zambia and those types of things. And then you get a monstrous guy, the Lord Derby eland. And I mean, guys, they get to over 2,000 kilograms, some of them. However, we don't really see them at all around here. They are more up in like the Congo and those places, but a beautiful, beautiful individual. If you guys want to go and Google an image of them, very, very colorful, lots of stripes and so on. Cape Eland, not so much the stripes, but just a stunning individual to see. Also very good jumpers for the size of their body. We had a kudu the other day and we discussed about how they can jump about 3.5 meters high. Now with the eland weighing almost a ton, they can jump as high as 3 meters. I mean, imagine how that'll happen. And then we've got some Burchell zebra. Not often that we see these oaks over here. We have more, well, our numbers of Hartmann's, mountain zebra is much higher than the Burchell zebra that we have around here. So just really cool to see them as well. Just an update on the lions, guys. We decided to leave those females with the cubs and actually come and look for the males. So we're following those tracks and then we came across these elands. So we just wanted to show that to you quickly.
Look at this. After the rains, the cattle egrets, sacred ibis, herons have all congregated in this very lush area. It was very dry 2 days ago, but with all rains from uphill has come down and stagnated here, and it has brought all these birds here in search of little reptiles, fish, frogs, insects, because that's all they eat. They eat almost the same things, and it looks like it's in abundance, and that's why they're all here. Look at this. They are in their hundreds. Can you hear the calls? Sounded like there was a message passed, like there is food over there, and all of a sudden they took flight and landed a bit away, but doing the same thing, using their long legs to wade in this deep and muddy water, and also their long beaks. They are searching for little frogs and fish. There is plenty of frogs right now, and also mudfish, catfish. Justy, you ask about something has got a long beak, is to be able to dig onto the ground and also fish, underwater without submerging its head. That is the usage, for grabbing a worm, a fish, or a frog, an insect underwater, and the long legs is for wading through water so they don't get their feathers wet. Yeah, and that is what they're doing here. Some of them are preening, that's cleaning themselves. When you see that, it means they have eaten enough and they are resting. Of course, birds' metabolism is very, very high, so they won't be going anywhere. They'll be staying very close for another much-needed meal. Usually, when you see them like this, for sure, there is something. There is something underground, and that's why we're here. This area here, we call it Maji and Dege, which means the water of the birds. It was named like that some years back because you always have, to come across these great white egrets, the ones to the left with the really long necks and yellow beaks. You see them there. There are 3 of them. Those are great white egrets. The smaller ones are cattle egrets. And then there's a sacred ibis, the one with a black head, longish carved bill, and black feathers at the tail. That is the sacred ibis. And then there's a black-headed heron to the right slightly of the screen. Yeah, maybe. What are you thinking, James? Here we go. Looks like a gray heron over there. We have its cousin, the black-headed heron, somewhere else. So there are so many, all of them feeding, from the same thing, that is in abundance. I don't know why they stopped and listening. They could have been hearing me talking. Can you hear the frogs? Yeah, there's also a fish eagle calling from a distance. Today, I think it's Christmas for all of them, because a few days ago there was nothing here, but I think everything was hiding underground, and as soon as the water came, it was soft to dig under, and that's why all these birds are here, which is a very beautiful sight. I hope you're enjoying this, because it's live. It's coming from the Masai Mara in the Mara Triangle. Yeah, a very small place, but full of surprises like this one. I never expected to see this many this morning. I'm going to move on further up to see what I can find, because there is another pool further up.
Who would not enjoy watching cattle egrets away from the cattle, but here in the Masai Mara, away from the elephants, away from the buffaloes or other herbivores while feeding? Well, my yellow-billed stock, same position, not feeding, not, busy like the cattle egrets that we saw earlier or that are with Isaac. But she's just alone there. I've been wondering why she is not getting any mate or any other, yellow-billed stock coming to join her. But today I'm going to find out exactly what she could be doing here, because we got some 2 Egyptian geese there behind the hippos. And at least this is a pair. One is swimming or just wetting her feathers, or the other is on the edge of the water. The other hippo that couldn't really get out of the water completely, still same position. So you're asking different types of species of hippos. Yes, they are. In Africa, we got 2 types of species, or other species of hippos. This one here is called the common hippo. I hope you can hear one calling. Or sometimes we also call it the river hippo. The other type is called the pygmy hippo. And of course, the pygmy suggests they're a little smaller in size, and you see them more in West Africa. So 2 species of hippos, but this is the common one, and it's in most countries of Africa, because you'll either see them in rivers or see them in lakes. Now, when I say lakes, you'll only see them in freshwater lakes. But should you see them in saline water lakes, you only see them at the very edge, where river mouths where fresh water gets into the lakes, but not salty water lakes. Look at these 3 submerged in the water, and part of their body is out. That's why sometimes we call the hippo semi-aquatic. Trying to imagine maybe this one could be subordinate. And when it gets much warmer, they may come out and enjoy the sun like the others. I'll continue staying here for a few more minutes.
So guys, just a funny point here. We actually continued following those male lion tracks. And as we decided, you know what, no, these lions are going to move too far, we turned around, came back to where we just saw these eland. And look who we found. It's obviously another male that had the tracks going past the waterhole, but it just shows you how you need to keep your eyes open. When you're focusing on the tracks, you might miss something right next to the road. And this particular male is my favorite male in the Tswalu. I always say to David, when you look at him, he's got like the face of a pit bull, much more robust than the other males that we've got here. Not the prettiest face, but I just like the sheer character of that guy. I know it's difficult to see now because he's lying that cheek flat. But if we do get the opportunity to get him, to have him just jump up or something, or maybe on future drives, if we see him again and we get him moving and so on, you'll get an understanding of why I like this male so much. He would also seem to be the more dominant one of the 4 males that we have around here. Absolutely in his prime, and just a beauty. But yeah, as you can see, most of the lions are looking like this at the moment here at Tswalu. It is going to be a nice and warm day today, so not a lot of activity. We might find this particular oak in exactly the same position if we should come back this afternoon. So Jana just had a question. Do the Kalahari lions have special adaptations to operate in this area, as opposed to lions in Kruger and so on? And Jane, yes, absolutely. If you look at the first thing that you'll notice with him lying like this, look at those big paws. This, I know you're not right here right now, but if you get the opportunity to come, I'll show you. The sand here is like snow, like very, very loose, much softer and looser than like beach sand even. And for them to be able to move through this, they need snowshoes, just like you would have to wear when you're going skiing or whatever. So with the lions in the Kalahari, or specific to the Kalahari lions, huge, huge paws. To be able to not sink into the sand too much. Also, very particular about the male lions of the Kalahari is that very black mane. You'll find all male lions becoming darker around the neck and chest area on the mane when they go into their prime. But most of the males go almost a chocolatey brown color. I want to say a dark brown color, whereas with the Kalahari lions, distinctive black hair on the mane, which makes them quite impressive. And then also for both male and female, their framework is huge. Evolution or natural selection has driven the larger individuals to survive. And that is why we have Kalahari lions being particularly or much larger than what you'd find, like, let's say, in Kruger or so on.
The lions of Kalahari. Apparently, of all the cats we got in Africa, lions happen to be my favorite because of how they, treat the other predators being up there in the chain of command, if I may say so. The yellow-billed stork have relocated 1 foot on the ground and maybe the other foot up. And that doesn't say that the earth or the ground there could be hot. It's maybe trying to reinforce maybe the muscles of the left leg. Who knows? Because I wouldn't know what other reason she is behaving like that. Not sure why she has this very special relationship with the hippos at that particular spot. I have been seeing her, like every other morning. I've been here. The day before yesterday, I was here. Yesterday morning, I was also here. Yeah, possibly she's just bored and likes the company of the hippos, and maybe the other stocks don't like her. I don't know. Or she doesn't like them either. But I really today want to investigate why she has always been in that particular spot every other day. Or does she smell something nice from the hippos? Or as soon as the hippos wake up, maybe they'll always leave some either frogs or some other organisms under their bellies that she'll quickly grab. Maybe. But I'm sure today I will know. The geese, I understand, of course, they'll wet, their feathers there, a bit of swim, and then, of course, out. And of course, being monogamous, the geese, the Egyptian geese, male and a female, that's how you see them. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you so very much for all your questions, for all the comments you sent through. They give us a lot of joy. Remember, again, we'll be out for another wonderful, wonderful safari like today, with lions, leopards, hippos, and everything. And on behalf of everybody, see you at 4 o'clock Kenyan time or 3 o'clock Central African time. Very many thanks and stay well. Goodbye.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A warm welcome to all our viewers. We're currently live here at Ambiyond Ngala, and we are looking at a group of elephant bulls that have just come out of the water